Morning, everybody. We are online and it is 9:30, so we will commence. And once again, it's my honour to invite our Kaumatua Tame Pokaia to commence our hui with karakia, please. Tame.
Tēnā koe e te koro matua ngā mema o te kauni hera koutou e whiriwhiri I roto I tō koutou rōpu. Ngā mahi mo te tāone nui o kirikiri roa kānui te mihi aroha kia koutou katoa. E te atua kaharawa korowai tia I runga I te aroha me te rangi Māori. Ke kore mātou e kōtiti I roto I ngā kaupapa maha o te tāone o kirikiri roa. Mana ki tia rātou ko tūhono a rorohiko Maria kānui te mihi atu kia whai hoki. Mihi ana ki te koini nāwai hono I te pōku I hoki mai I te haerenga ki te tūtaki ki ingi tārea me te kāhui ariki o Ingarangi. No reira tēnei te mihi atu ke a koutou katoa I runga I te ingoto tātou kaiwhakaora. Ake ake.
Amen.
Amen.
Tame, thank you very much indeed. Moving on to the apologies, Tame has already referred to the fact that Councillor Maria Huate is online this morning. Good morning, Morena. We wish your husband a speedy return to good health. I understand that's why you're at home today, but it's good to have you online. Are there any other apologies? Oh, sorry, that's not an apology, but are there any apologies? We have an apology from Councillor Moroney for late arrival.
I have to be out for a council-related meeting at 1:30 to 3, and then I'll come back.
So an apology from Councillor Bidder for potential partial absence.
Hopefully
I say
potential.
We have the potential today to have a very long meeting, so I would imagine it's quite likely that that apology will need to be accepted. Any further apologies? Councillor Mead will need to be away at 4:30, wearing his sports ambassador hat. I think we'll put it there. Loosely, we'll call it that. Right, I will move that those apologies be accepted. It's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All in favour, please say aye. Against? No, that is carried. Moving on to confirmation of the agenda. As I say, we do have several items which could take us some time, and we have a public excluded meeting to follow, which may also require a little bit of time. So, in the interest of getting on with it, could I have someone move that the move confirmation of the agenda, please? Thank you, Councillor Pike. Seconded, Councillor Casey Cox. All in favour, please say aye. Against? No. That is carried. Are there any declarations of interest relating to any of the items on today's agenda? There being none, we will move on to our public forum. And John McDonald-Warrior, I see you at the back. Welcome again, John. You're a regular presenter to our council. I gather you do actually have a presentation which will be going up on screen. But if you'd like to come forward to the advisor's desk. John is speaking on the local government reform item. And thank you for putting a presentation together and for being here to convey your thoughts this morning. Hand over to you.
Some slides up.
They're just coming.
Kia ora. Today I'm speaking on item 10 and item 11. So what I've outlined in my slide deck is what I think has been a systemic effort to make the water CCO look good and hide the financial impacts of the joint CCO on Hamilton households into the future. The option of keeping water services in-house and under direct control of council has not been fairly treated in the 2024 business case, which was also heavily weighted against, and I quote here, affordability for the ratepayers and value for money. Now that was a 7-to-1 weighting against those things, so they were diminished in terms of assessing the different options. And in that business case, what is worse, yeah, that slide's the right side, was there's a missing graph, which was a graph showing what the HCC status quo, option A2 was, keeping the water in-house. That graph was missing from that business case in terms of what the projected increases for the average household or connection would be. All the other options had that graph included. The status quo option was left out, and the status quo option was marginally better in terms of keeping costs down for ratepayers and residents. Then we had the public consultations, and councillors voted to form the Water CCO. And then later, the Water Service Delivery Plan was released, and that's when the projections showed that water bills would be about tripling within 9 years. And I think that information, that modelling, should have been released to the public and the councillors before they voted to form the Water CCO. The other issue with that Water Service Delivery Plan is they mixed Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council averages for households together, which I didn't think was a problem at the time. But if you look at the water service strategy that was released earlier this year, Waikato District Council households are paying about 3 times more for the median household for water bills than Hamilton households. And that has implications when we start looking at price harmonisation, which was a term in the 2024 business case. And in the water service strategy, it becomes more clear what that means, because if Waikato District Council households are starting at about $3,000 a year water bills, and a Hamilton City Council household is on about $1,000 a year water bills, price harmonisation indicates that over the next 5 or 10 years, a Hamilton household's water bill is going to triple just to achieve that price harmonisation with Waikato District Council, plus there'll be 10 or 20% increases on top of that. So when we get to the water service strategy, again released before a public consultation, they didn't provide any projections for household cost increases past 2029. Now, Wellington Water released, for their strategy, released those projections up to 2036, and that was increasing to somewhere between $6,000 and $7,000 per household, which caused a lot of alarm, and the minister got involved, and the mayors all expressed outrage and that kind of thing. So we're not being told what those increases are going to look like for households out past 2029. Now, my suspicion is because those models show what price harmonisation looks like, and those numbers are possibly as scary as the numbers that they're seeing down in Wellington. So this paints a picture here of bad faith dealing, which undermines the legitimacy of IEY. The critical information is withheld prior to votes and public consultation. And the public deserves to know what those price increases are going to look like before we commit to EOI. So if you can skip ahead to the last slide.
John, so you have run out of time. I'll allow you 1 more minute, but I note you've got quite a few slides. If you could move on to your comments on simplifying local government, but it'll have to be 1 more minute.
I'll take the other slides as read as the evidence backing up my claim. So my recommendations, main recommendation is I think you should pause or halt the transfer of responsibility, infrastructure, staff to EY until 2028. Now 2028 is a critical year. You've got potential for your unitary authority mergers, so you've got potential to keep an in-house model across 2 or 3 councils without forming a separate corporate structure, which will be probably more expensive, especially if we look at Watercare. The Watercare Waikato District Council contracts expire in 2028, so we don't want to get tangled up in Watercare via EOI before we need to. So that transition can happen in 2028. 2028, we should also have a local body election, which provides an opportunity to put forming EOI to a public referendum, potentially alongside any unitary plan mergers. And yeah, I encourage you to all inquire about what price harmonisation between Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council looks like in the internal models for water costs going forward into 2036.
Thank you. I appreciate that it's very challenging trying to cover two big topics in the space of 5 minutes. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions just because of the length of today's agenda. But thank you. We've now got to your slides and we'll read those at slightly less speed. And thank you again for coming in to present to us this morning. If we could move on now to item number 5, which is the confirmation of the council open minutes, which you'll find on pages 9 and following. And thank you to those in governance who prepare those minutes for us. We don't often acknowledge it, but it's always a lot of work and they're always very thorough. Would somebody like to move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of May be approved? Thank you. That's Councillor Corrales to move, Councillor Pike to second. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. I need to keep reminding myself to let you do that. Thank you. So moving on now to item 6, the confirmation of the council workshop notes. We have open notes from council workshops on the 29th of April and the 5th of May, found on pages 35 and after. Welcome, Councillor Moroney. Good to see you. Would somebody like to move that those workshop notes be adopted? That's been moved by...
Noting I have made amendments to the attendance that is now showing in all records.
Thank you. I appreciate that point. Yes, there was an error apparently in that. That has now been corrected. So subject to that correction, that's been moved by Councillor O'Leary, I think, and seconded by Councillor Mead. Thank you for everybody trying to get their name into the minutes today. We can take the two together. Yes, so both have been moved in one motion. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much indeed. So we now move on to item number 7, the Chair's report. Councillors, in recent meetings I've presented you with very long reports covering a number of different topics. Given the significance of the simplifying local government exercise that the government has imposed upon us, I decided this month to confine my report simply to that. For members of the public who are watching, just a reminder that councils all around the country are required to submit proposals to the government by the 9th of August, which isn't far away, indicating whether we wish to be Head Start or backstop councils. We have an item on our agenda coming up later this morning in which we will go into that topic in some detail. So my intention in putting this topic into my report wasn't to open up a long debate at this point, but it was simply to indicate the significance of the topic. And we appreciate the fact that there is going to be growing public interest. There's already some, but there's also a significant fact that most members of the public would be unaware of just what is being proposed and what we are having to consider. So in presenting my report to you, I'll take it as read, but I just want to reiterate that it is our intention to try to be as transparent and open with the public as possible. We are engaging as respectfully as we can with all the territorial authorities in our region and with iwi. When the Chief Executive presents later on this item, he will no doubt refer to the online meeting that he and I have had with Donna Flavel this morning, joined towards the end by Tuku Morgan from Waikato Tainui. We are absolutely committed to ensuring that we engage in this process openly and respectfully, but naturally there are different points of view across the region which present some challenges, and I dare say all across the country councils are facing that at the moment. So I simply make those introductory comments in presenting my report, and we'll open it up if there are any questions. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Mackender. I have just one question. Given the compressed timeframes that are outlined in the Chair's report, what do you see as the most important in maintaining public confidence and transparency through the early stages of this process?
Well, we'll get onto that in the presentation that the Chief Executive will give. I think establishing the project team, which I am anticipating will be an outcome of today's meeting, then to identify the different options that we can look at. And I would make the point we can't realistically look at too many options. I think it will be important for us to articulate to the public what options we think we can look at. I'm very mindful of the fact that I wear two hats. I'm the Mayor of Hamilton, and my responsibility is to ensure that I put forward on our collective behalf what is likely to be in the best interests of New Zealand's fastest growing city, but also that we work respectfully with the other councils across our region, and we want to ensure that we do that. There are different proposals that are being put forward at the moment. Some of those are in the public arena. I think ensuring that we convey to the public what we are working on, what we are contemplating, and then just to assure them that we will provide the opportunities for engagement within the government's timeline. And effectively what they've said is get your proposals to us. You don't have to dot all the I's and cross all the T's at this point. We don't actually even have the template at this point that we are required to work with, but we're assured by our DIA officials that we'll have that either at the end of this month, which is only a few days away, or the beginning of next month. We will put in the proposal in outline, and then we are told the government will go away and look at the proposals, come back to us to say what they think is viable and they would consider, and then we will try to ensure that we have a really effective public engagement strategy. I can't tell you exactly how that will look, but I can assure you that I'm absolutely committed, as are all my colleagues in the Waikato Mayoral Forum, to ensuring that we do have that engagement with our communities. And one of the most important things, of course, that particularly some of the smaller territorial authorities are looking at is how does whatever we put forward protect local voice. And I know from the comments many of you have made to me that that's an important consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I will open it up now then to debate. I don't think I need to make any introductory comments or opening comments in debate beyond what I've already said, so we'll go straight to, but I will reserve the right of reply if necessary. Are there any comments? I think that's, yes, I was about to say I think that's the first time that the Chair's report has been accepted without debate in my time as Mayor, but Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Just a couple of brief comments. First of all, I want to appreciate the significance of this reform and the fact that you have signalled that in your report. I understand that we're going to go through it in more detail, but picking up the fact that you see the significance of it, and that's why you focused your Chair's report on it, I appreciate that. For me, one of the most important things through this process will be maintaining public confidence, particularly given the compressed timeframes that we're working with. These are conversations that will shape governance structures, representation, infrastructure decision-making and rate setting, and council boundaries for a very long time. So I think people need to feel clearly informed about what's happening, what's been decided, and where genuine opportunities for their input sit. I think there's real responsibility on all of us to make sure that momentum and pace don't get ahead of public understanding. Because regardless of where people ultimately land on the issue of the reform itself, confidence in the process will be a deal maker or a deal breaker for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Thank you for your report. And I do want to acknowledge that we will get an opportunity to debate more fully the substance of your report later on in the agenda. But knowing that that 2 minutes is not very long, and neither is 3 months, I do want to take the opportunity now to address some of those issues, because I think my significant concern about this is all about the timeframe. I don't fear government reform and what that could present and the opportunities it could present for our region and for our city, but I do not believe that we will come to the best outcome in a 3-month timeframe. The issues are significant, and I think that we would do well to not respond to what I see as being central government who wants to force amalgamations but doesn't want to be seen to force amalgamations, that they would prefer for local government to be the fall guy for any bad decisions that might come out of this process. And as I did right from the outset, I would caution our council from buying into that agenda, because We heard several times from DIA officials that the government really wants to hear what our region wants to have for its reforms. If they truly wanted to understand that and know that, they would not be trying to force us down a 3-month time frame in order to deliberate on that. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. And I should have just clarified, I think the Deputy Mayor is happy to second the motion to receive the report. Thank you, and I'll invite the Deputy Mayor to speak.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Look, I wasn't going to debate at this stage, but I do feel that needs to be responded to. I will be supporting the recommendations later in the report to head towards a head start, towards amalgamation of some sort. I think I disagree with the last speaker. I think the council actually needs to show leadership in this space and be open and transparent with our neighbours and our residents. What we are talking about is embarking on a process which we haven't really got into yet, and I think it's pretty early to pull the pin. If we need to go through this process and then negotiate with our neighbours in depth and reach a conclusion, whatever that may be, and then come back. And I do not think it is a wise option to be saying, look, it's too hard, and then getting to a point where we actually refuse to submit a proposal. I think that would be a real failure of leadership from this council. So I just want to say that now, and I'll continue the debate when we get to it later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I wasn't going to speak either, but I just want to quickly support the comments that this is a significant decision for councils across the table and for local government and its future shape. But I just want to acknowledge the work that you've done as part of the Mayoral Forum and across our region in trying to collaborate and try find show some leadership in this space. So I really want to thank you for the time that you've worked with staff and other councils, neighbouring and otherwise, and yeah, just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is probably one of the most significant governance discussion the local government has faced in decades.
No.
I support us being proactive rather than passive. If changes coming anyway, Hamilton should help shape it, not just to react to it later. At the same time, I think we must be careful to protect Hamilton ratepayers' interests to all the decision makings. This discussion should not be about politics. It should be all about what structure best delivers for residents over the next decades coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There appear to be no other speakers. So just very quickly, could I say thank you to those councillors who have spoken. All very thoughtful contributions, all very valid considerations, and I do respect the views that have been articulated. Thank you for the acknowledgement of the work that I'm doing with Mayoral Forum colleagues, because it's obviously important that this conversation is undertaken in a respectful way. Different councils across the region have very different concerns, and of course we're very different sizes. That puts all sorts of different pressures upon us. We will have an opportunity to deal with the matters in greater detail when this item comes up later in the day. But I will just remind you, the exercise is called Simplifying Local Government. And while there can be all sorts of differences of opinion as to what the best outcome would be for us to reach for ourselves and within our region, the aim must be to ensure that we achieve that outcome of simplifying local government, for instance, making consents easier and cheaper to obtain and that sort of thought, while still protecting environmental concerns. So there are balances to be had here, but as has been made very clear by the government, we really have a choice of driving our own destiny or having it done to us. And I just ask you to keep those factors in mind. But I do respect all the views that have been put forward and look forward to more detailed discussion later in the agenda. So I'll now put the motion, which is simply to receive the Chair's report. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Excuse me, thank you. We move on now to item number 8, financial contributions policy. If I could invite Greg Carstens to come forward, excuse me, and please and speak to his report. Probably just as well that I don't have to at this moment.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. This report asks Council to approve several targeted changes to the draft financial contributions policy following consultation and to bring back a final policy for adoption on the 25th of June. The key point in the decision for you today is whether or not to proceed to adopting the policy. And the policy itself is simply a mechanism to administer the underlying financial contribution rules and policy that you've adopted in your district plan through Plan Change 12, which itself has already been through a full statutory process and cannot be revisited here today. A couple of just notes that I think are of relevance. So firstly, the model itself in terms of the financial side of things is straightforward. Contributions are collected before they're spent with no debt funding and applied to a pipeline of environmental and restoration projects to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana. A prioritised program which will be presented to you will come back through the long-term plan process. But it's important to note that the FCs can be collected whether or not the projects are fully funded because of the fact that the money is accumulated prior to it being spent. On revenue, the estimates in the report and which have been disclosed sort of earlier on, following further reassessment, are probably expected to be significantly lower. And that's due to a number of factors, including the economic climate and some anticipation about exemptions and transition periods. If in fact that legislation no longer provides for FCs in the future, and that's to the next point, which is this policy is likely to have a limited life with the national RMA reforms underway that, as drafted, do not provide for financial contributions. And I'm just pausing for Lachlan. Do you want to come up here, Lachlan? I was a little bit earlier, so I text Lachlan. He's probably dashed across the square.
I have. I'm out of breath.
Take a break. I haven't got anything else to say, so you have to start talking now.
I don't know what you said.
Yeah, good point. Just made it up. It's over to you, Lachlan.
All right, well, what I was going to say, and I'm not sure how much of this has been covered, is that we're in a situation where financial contributions is obviously a funding tool which has been something that's come and gone through the Resource Management Act over the last 15 years. It was reintroduced over the last couple of years through the medium density amendments to the Resource Management Act, and we brought the funding tool back in as part of PC12. So that part of the process has already been completed, and it's hardwired into the operative district plan, and it sets the formula and it sets the purpose for financial contributions, and that's done and dusted. The final piece of the equation in order to make financial contributions lawful is the introduction of the policy. And so this is the last step in that process. And I think probably the critical thing for Council to understand about the policy is that this is very much a money in, money out approach that's being taken. So unlike most funding decisions where the LTP establishes the capital program or the operational program and the money is spent and then you recover against that, With the financial contributions policy in place, the approach is you don't spend a dollar until you earn a dollar. So in that sense, it's financially neutral to council, which is a different way of funding capital and operational projects. So I think there can be some comfort, if you like, in terms of the current economic climate, that this is a conservative approach to the funding of some additional projects for council. I'm not sure how much of that was already covered and how much of that's repeated, but happy to address any questions.
Greg, thank you, and Lachlan. Actually, Lachlan, you did very well after the unconventional start, and you did introduce some new materials, so we're grateful to you both. We are, of course, speaking to the staff recommendation that is on page 42, runs over to page 43 in Diligent, and also the report on pages 51 and following. So thank you for what you have presented to us. I'll open it up now for questions. And we have quite a few questions, and so we'll start with Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. I just want to tease out a little bit your comments around cost neutrality, and it's in relation to the estimated revenue. I guess I'm concerned about the reliance on high growth projections when that hasn't served us well, and you referenced the economic climate, where you also referenced the fact that this could have it's likely to have a limited lifetime. So how much confidence can we place in this estimated revenue? And what is the risk that we would end up in worse than a cost neutral position, given the effort that's gone into getting this in place and then having to implement it as well, for what is not very much in the overall scheme of council operations?
Thanks, Councillor. I think the first part of your question, the confidence, I'd call them broad estimates, and I think Gary would agree that, you know, when you go to put this, you know, revenue into your long-term plan, you do a, you know, pretty rigorous assessment of the revenue. So remember, this is tracked through as a policy decision, and so that the revenue estimate is broad. And as I said, I think it'll be less, probably, but even if it's $400,000 or $500,000, you know, that's significant, and the costs to develop the policy are, you know, much, you know, marginal compared to that. So I don't think, and I guess there's sunk costs, but I think there's certainly a net benefit. I think those costs are pretty low. And apologies, can you remind me the second part of your question?
No, I think that's okay. Good. I'll ask you my next question. We had some very compelling public submissions the last time this came out from greenfield developers, and particularly around wanting to see some link between cause and effect, and especially where they're already bearing the burden of mitigation attempts. So the comment in the report is that this category of people can apply for a discount. There's going to be no change to the policy. And my question, Greg, is will the proposed changes in relation to discounts make this clear and also provide clarity in terms of expected treatment?
Thank you. It's a good question, and discounts are always, you know, of great importance to the developers. I'd say that the first point is that much of the mitigation is through consent conditions, which is to mitigate the effects of their development. But these, the money that you're collecting for FCs relates to broader effects that are not taken account of by those, generally speaking, by those mitigations. So if you're talking about gully restoration and some of those other things, so Te Ture Whaimana has quite, you know, it requires a high standard of environmental protection. So I don't think there's not a double dip there, which is kind of what they're referring to, like as if they've accounted for mitigation on their site and therefore there's no effects otherwise. So I think that's probably that's the rationale why you can still charge this, notwithstanding what they've put into their, you know, in terms of their on-site mitigation. In terms of how the remissions or the discounts would be assessed and applied, I would have to pass that to Tiki Mossop, who no longer works for council, just has very kindly turned up. She now works for EOI, but she is the expert all the way through, so she's kindly turned up to help out today. So Tiki, I hope you have the answer to that.
We do have, so at the moment, the planning guidance unit who do all the consenting, they are developing a full list of criteria for discounts. We plan to make that available on our website, so it's available for our developers to see. So that's kind of where we will list all of those things out, and they will be able to potentially get up to 100% depending on what they're doing above what would be expected otherwise in their consent.
That's great, thank you. And last question was Table 1 in relation to credits and refunds. There's a reference to proportional refunds. Can you explain what that might look like?
Basically, if there's a default charge for a 3-bedroom house, and if for some reason they end up building a 2-bedroom house, the difference between the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom will be refunded.
Thank you, that's great.
And staff, Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions if I can. The first one, do FCs get applied to every and equally to every development? So every development we do we put FCs on them? And are they equally?
Yes, to all residential development.
And they're all the same?
Yes.
And then we discount back?
There's a standard calculation which applies to each residential unit effectively.
Okay. With regards to the survey, with 26 responses, do you think we engage directly with the right people, the developers, the industries, the end users, the iwi, the River Authority, to get the feedback on this that we needed?
Yeah, I can't answer that. I'll leave it to perhaps Tiki if you were able to shed some light on the consultation strategy.
Yeah, we went out to iwi directly. We also went out through a number of different both environmental and developer forums, and it was also brought up at the developer forum as well. I think one of the reasons we were not expecting large numbers of responses because a lot of the big players within the space would have been part of PC12, and they were more concerned with the implementation of FCs rather than the policy relating to how that's brought forward.
Can I just add to that point? The PC12 process, which was the change to the district plan where the financial contributions regime was embedded, was a public consultation. It was widely participated. We had huge engagement with the development community on PC12, so that was really the forum where the arguments around FCs and whether they should be in or out was had. And I suspect that, you know, if there had been low engagement in the consultation of the policy, it may have been because the development community fired all of their shots in PC12.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you, Councillor Mead. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. So a similar line of questioning. I note that in the table on page 47, the Greenfield development section in the 3rd column, it does state that the Plan Change 12 commissioners determined there was insufficient evidence that Peacock was unique or that the same outcome should apply more generally to other Greenfield developments. So the question is really, what proportion of the Greenfield developments that we know about are likely to get substantive discounts?
I think you couldn't answer that without, you know, that's sort of a case-by-case basis, and under, you know, Tiki referred to the criteria which is yet to be developed, so I'm not sure I could give a good guess to that.
What I would say is that the discounts will be formulated if a developer can show that all of the purposes for which the FCs are being levied for are actually being delivered through the resource consent or the subdivision conditions that relate to those greenfield developments. So in other words, we're already doing it, so you don't need to take more money from us through an FC to achieve the same purpose. So as Greg says, that will be very much let's have a look at the actual subdivision, let's look at the land use consents that relate to it and determine whether there is this kind of purpose already being achieved through those provisions. And if they are being achieved through those provisions, you would expect a discount to flow.
Yeah. And will that be benchmarked against the Peacock resource consent, which was achieved exemption from the FCs?
I mean, I would expect so. I mean, Peacock was deemed to be unique in the sense that there were very bespoke district plan provisions that were adopted at the time of what was Plan Change 5 for Peacock, which drove a whole lot of, pretty serious ecological and environmental outcomes into the plan provisions, and so they flow through into the subdivision consents and the land use consents. So if a greenfield area in some other part of the city is being held to that same standard, I would expect discounts to follow.
Yeah. Next question. So we've heard from Tiki, good that there is some work proceeding on a system for discount. Greg, would it be appropriate to have a staff action in the motion that a process for substantial discounts for greenfield developments is established that is simple, clear, and can be carried out promptly at low cost to applicants and staff?
Firstly, I think it's an excellent idea, and yes, I'd be happy to have that put in. I mean, it's your motion, but yes, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. And then last question, similar vein. Do you think it is worth having an amendment or an action that the staff report back on whether it is worth proceeding with FCs if the majority of greenfield developments have substantial discounts, taking into account the slowdown in construction and the risk that the RMA changes give this a limited life, that the benefit of the FC system gets outweighed by the cost?
Well, I think, in fact, that's a decision for today. So we've been through quite a lengthy process of, draft policy and consultation, and those questions I hope are sufficiently answered there, or the questions can be asked today. But I think that is the decision for today, is whether or not the council wants to proceed with this policy.
Thank you.
In light of those two questions proposing suggested amendments, I know that Amy is doing her best to work her magic, and she's always very capable. It might just be that we will need a moment later to ensure that those two proposed amendments can be incorporated. So I will continue with the questions. Might it be helpful to ask Andrew Bitter, Councillor Bitter, to send through his proposed wording? He already has? Excellent. Very good indeed. So we'll continue with the questions, and thank you both for that. Councillor McDonald was next. You've withdrawn. Your question's been answered. So, Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, gentlemen. First question is about the discounts. Am I correct that there is a 50% cap on the discount?
Well, that's one of the amendments, as I understand it. Yeah, the current draft that went out for consultation, as I understand it, had a 50% cap on the discount, and I think part of the proposal today is that cap be removed as a response to the feedback received.
Yeah, good. Next question is in terms of Peacock. As I understand it, the commissioners, one of the reasons they exempted it was because they did a lot of stormwater mitigation and work there, but they also did some work around the river, whether it was planting or other sort of mitigation sort of work on the river bed. Now, other developers won't necessarily be able to copy that model if they're not next to the river. Would you agree that would that inhibit them achieving a 100% discount if they don't access the river in the same way the Peacock's development does?
I don't believe so. I mean, the important thing about Te Ture Whaimana is that when we talk about the river, we talk about the main stem of the river and all its catchment. So all of the tributaries, all of the gully network that's extensive throughout Hamilton, all of the stormwater network really ultimately finds its way either into the main stem of the Waikato or the Waipa, which is still considered part of Te Ture Whaimana. So I think for development that doesn't have direct adjacency to the main stem, there'll still be ways to achieve good contributions to Te Ture Whaimana that could present an argument for an exemption.
Okay, good. If the greenfield, okay, let's say hypothetically every greenfield development, because they had to get a resource consent anyway, so they're probably at least fairly close to peacocks, I would assume. So that's based on that assumption that every greenfield is near 100% discount, then we're only collecting from brownfield developments. Now, the estimate currently is 700 to 900,000. I'd be interested to know how much we're likely to collect if it's only from brownfield developments.
If it was maybe half. No, maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah, I know it's just anecdotal. I'm not asking.
I think it's worth saying it's not that greenfield are exempt. It's that a significant part of greenfield is already consented, and if you're consented, you don't get charged to DC. You've already passed that milestone. But there is, obviously in the future, there's much of greenfield to be consented. So, there will be revenue from greenfield going forward. And I think the revenue is, I mean, it's all a projection, isn't it? But my estimate would be that it would be probably lower than, we've reported to this date, just having re-looked at it and just considered the type of environment we're in. But the other way to look at it, I suppose, is that there are significant environmental effects from growth, and these effects, they have effects on our waterways and our riparian, for riparian planting and things that need to be put in place, and that this is money that is to pay for things that potentially would otherwise be paid for by ratepayers, by existing ratepayers. So, and just in reference to your point around the discounts, this is not a development contributions regime, so it's not a tight causal nexus type of thing. It's a more broad benefits type of approach, and so it is in principle saying that broadly the city's development should pay for, the broad effects to the city in terms of environmental, and there's some share there. So while you do discounts on a case-by-case basis, broadly speaking, developments will have some effect on the environment that isn't taken account by DCs and other things, and that's what the FCs are for. So I think, there's a real reason why, one would pay an FC, and it is a broad, share of the overall cost.
Can I just add, I think also the sensitivity around the fluctuations in revenue, the projections versus actual, we've got a natural hedge against that because, again, it's a regime which is money in, money out. So this is not a situation where council is committed to a capital project, spends all of the money and then hopes that the projected revenue comes in to cover it. This is going to be one where unless $1 is earned, $1 doesn't get spent. So that projects, that to a certain extent protects against those vagaries of, the rate of growth and the projected revenues.
And just final question is, you talk about the double dipping, where council can't collect DCs and financial contributions. Did I understand that correctly?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's a statutory prohibition that sits in the Local Government Act. You cannot recover a financial contribution for a capital project which is already being recovered against via a development contribution.
Okay, that's good.
And so that's important when we think about the purpose of the FCs. There can't be anything which is applied to a project which is already covered by DC. So the developer does not pay twice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you. My learned colleagues, Councillor Corrales and Councillor Bitter, have answered most of my questions around discounts and caps, but I just have one left. Can you just clarify, previously if a developer in their own right mitigated environmental impacts to that higher standard, how was that recognised previously and how might this policy support it moving forward in a more balanced way?
Well, I don't think financially, if those developers were already producing those kind of net benefits that you're describing, there wouldn't be any financial incentive or any recognition from council for them. So that's the first part of that. That was just recognised as a consent condition and mitigation of effects. But we're now in a situation where if those same people are delivering those benefits through consent conditions, they would be able to point to those as a reason why they should not have to pay an FC or should get a discount from the FC.
Lovely, thank you. That's...
Just to add to that,
Oh, yeah.
when we say that a development is mitigating its effects, so broadly speaking, consent conditions, you mitigate the 10-year flood event and the 100-year flood event, which is overland flow and which goes into our waterways. That's what this funding is for. So it's not typical that a development would mitigate the 100-year event. That's what council's infrastructure is for. And so, you know, when you consider a discount, you're considering whether or not they're mitigating the effects that would impact, you know, the things that this is paying for.
Yeah.
And a discount should be not typical for that reason.
Yeah. Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you. And Councillor Liu, please.
Thank you. If the replacement IMA legislation removes this funding mechanism in next few years, what happened to the projects or staffing that may heavily rely on this funding revenue stream?
That's a good question. In a vacuum, the funding would stop, and so then there would need to be an assessment of how those projects proceed or how the balance of the money is best spent. It is one thing to say, well, the financial contributions may well end in 2 years' time, but the other side of it is maybe not, because we're in a state of flux in terms of legislation, and FCs themselves have come in, gone out, and so we don't have certainty that FCs won't be recoverable, so it may well be that you can recover this over the longer term. The second point is that there will no doubt be some other mechanism. We know development levies are coming in, they're broader. Are they going to take account of this? We're not sure. So maybe there's it just moves into a new funding space. So I think it's important to think, put in a policy and the legislation might fall out behind, under it in 2 years' time. But on the other hand, we can't predict the future, and this is a funding source for environmental effects that council may want to collect.
Thank you.
Thank you for those thoughtful questions and answers. Just before we go to debate, are we able to display the motion on the board with Councillor Bidder's proposed amendments, please? And also, just while we're waiting for that to go online, I'm anticipating that we'll take our morning tea break either at 11 o'clock or just before we go to the local government item. It's tidier to have a break between items, but I appreciate the fact that we may be struggling to get right through the next stages before that. So we now have the amended motion there, and I presume, therefore, Councillor Bidder would be moving that. Do we have a seconder for the amendments? We do. Councillor Strange. In going to debate, I'd invite you to speak both to the amendments and to the initial motion, if that's your preference. And then, if necessary, we'll take the vote on the amended motion first, and if that passes, that becomes the substantive one. Otherwise, we'll move to a vote on the initial motion. So we have it moved by Councillor Bidder, seconded by Councillor Strange, and we'll start with the debate. Councillor Bidder, please. Oh, it didn't all.
I haven't read it all yet.
Didn't all fit.
Just give us a second if we.
You're wanting that circulated by email? Yeah.
or could councillor
While that's
speak
happening,
to it?
Greg, you have something to add?
I just want to question the part E, staff providing an update on whether it is worth proceeding. So in my view, you know, at your mercy, but in my view, that's a council decision. So I'm not sure how I would say in an executive update whether it's worth proceeding. I think, you know, that's sort of today. So I'm just a little bit unsure about how I would approach that.
Do we have that as a separate amendment to be voted on first, and then that would go to...
Do you mean voting on D and E separately?
Yes, so vote on E first, because if the council decides it's not worth proceeding with the policy because of all the uncertainty, then that makes everything else moot. And if we do decide to proceed, then D becomes relevant as an addition to the staff motion.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm certainly not going to try to rewrite it on the board. Is it possible, I assume it is, for us to do as Councillor Bitter has suggested and vote on E first?
Yes, what it would, in a nutshell, if I've got it right, mean is that if E was to be resolved by this chamber, then we wouldn't vote any further.
Correct.
Because the policy itself, so it's almost like having a foreshadowed motion in there, which is a little bit complicated in that both the mover and seconder can't have both of them.
So I will move E by itself.
Yep.
Well, Jamie can move D as part of...
The suite.
As
And do I have
substantive motion.
seconders for
So,
both?
yes, please.
No. You'll do the okay.
Do we have a seconder for E, Councillor Bitter's second amendment? Councillor Mead. Okay. So, it is a bit complicated.
Is there another way to do this? Because this still
I'm
has...
hoping so.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, this policy still has to come back for a final approval,
Yes.
is that correct? So, I mean, presumably we can say in principle today that yes, we support this going ahead and please make the proposed amendments, but please also provide further reporting back on any estimates around the effect of the discounts, and then when the full stuff comes to us, you know, then with the next final report, if it was to look starkly, you know, unfavourable, then elected members can make a decision at that point. There's nothing stopping us from doing that, is there?
I just need to change some of the language a little bit.
Could we just add in D that it notes that this is coming back to council for final approval with additional information? I agree with Greg. I think that we're asking him, in E would be asking him to make a political comment, which would be, I don't think that he could be able to do that.
Can we take 2 minutes?
Yeah. I think it is clear that we do need just a short adjournment. We're not going to morning tea, but in order just to tidy this up, because obviously we want to get the best possible wording. So could we take a 2-minute break to try to tidy that up? And I hope that we will resume at just after 10:30.
We want
Ask you all to resume your seats, please. Can I just check, are we back online? Are we online? We are. Yeah. To those watching, I apologise for the delay. A 2-minute adjournment is never 2 minutes. I can assure those who are not in the chamber that some frenetic work and wordsmithing has been taking place, but I think we've reached a point where councillors and staff all feel comfortable with what is going to be proposed. So we'll have the reworded amendments up on the screen. I better just check, given the reworking, that we are clear as to who is moving and seconding. Presumably Councillor Bitter will still be moving the amended motion. Who is the seconder, please, for Councillor Bitter? It is now Councillor Corrales to move to second Councillor Bitter's amended motion, and that's the only one we require. Do we need separate movers for the substantive motion, or I know if this is adopted, it becomes a substantive motion, but
I don't have a mover or a second of the original staff report.
do we need that before we go to debate? If
somebody would like us to have a debate position, yes.
Could I, just as a backstop, could I have a mover and a seconder for the initial motion if the proposed amendment is not carried? And I'm not in any way predetermining the outcome there. I just want to ensure we follow correct procedure. Yeah, it will become the substantive motion if the amendment is carried. I think actually, given the body language, it probably this is likely to be the outcome. So I'm going to take the risk of going into the debate without having a mover and seconder for the initial motion. We've had...
Sorry, can I just ask a question before we go into debate about the
the wording of it?
Yes.
Yes,
So
I think that's fair.
Thank you. So we are not approving the financial contributions policy as it is. We are approving more work to happen, and that a report will come back to us so that we can weigh up the costs and the benefits, and then we will decide whether to adopt it or not. Is that correct?
Move for the amendments. I'll allow Councillor Bitter to answer.
So the earlier parts of the staff motion that are still there are locking in the changes to the policy. So in general, so we are happy with the policy. We are adding in a discount process, and then we are reviewing the net benefit of the whole policy, how we expect it to be applied, and then we can make a decision on whether we are proceeding with it or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's the 25th of June.
Yeah.
Right. I will now open this up for debate. Councillor Bitter is moving the amendment, so I'll invite him to speak first. Please.
Thank you everyone for your tolerance on this. Apologies for not providing questions earlier to staff. My questions were a result of a meeting yesterday afternoon with affected parties. This is the reason why we have 5 working days from receiving the agenda, because it takes time to get that external advice and input from people. I am very pleased that my colleagues had similar questions on the same sorts of issues, and I want to thank the staff for the work that they have done. The questions and the changes we are suggesting are the result of changes that have happened since the start of work on this policy. So there's certainly no fault or criticism of the staff, and it was beneficial to have the staff here to work on a better solution. If the staff come back to us with, say, a figure of a net benefit of, say, $500,000, then some of us might decide, yes, that is worthwhile. If it comes back with negative, I think most of us would say no. The question really is, if it comes back at, say, $200,000 or $300,000 net benefit, we might decide to say no because of the hassle, the frustration, the irritation that this might cause. And that's really a decision for councillors to make, not staff. We will take the risk on that. It might be a split vote, it might not. But at this point, we need that final bit of information to make that final decision. So that's the purpose of this. And yeah, we will see what happens.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. I want to start by acknowledging the staff's effort to try to find a solution to manage the impacts of growth. And I want to emphasise that the nature of the questions is not to undermine the effort or the expertise of the team. Given the uncertainty around the projected revenue, which always exists, I accept, I do question the return on investment, which I think the amendment helps us to address. I also want to highlight that the uncertainty is largely driven by central government legislative change and other factors outside of the control of staff, for example, the state of the economy. We did have strong feedback from public submitters about the need to clearly link cause and effect and to acknowledge mitigation efforts, and the response from the team appears to be reliant on discounts, and that necessarily shifts the issue to one of interpretation and application. So the amendment also helps to ensure clarity around policy and the process for discounts, so I'm happy to second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I speak in favour of the amendment. It's important to differentiate here between greenfield development and brownfield development, and the work that greenfield developers are doing in terms of swales, water purification, in order to obtain their resource consent. So it's good that we're not treating all developers the same, because they are very different in terms of those two. The discount policy, looking forward to seeing a little bit of clarity around that, and encourage staff to consider working with the development development community in terms of the development of this policy, so that it's something that is workable, fair, and if they're able to get a consensus with the developers, that'll be good. I know that may or may not be possible, but I'll leave that with staff to consider. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Yeah, I support the amendment. I'll be pleased to get some more information on the potential discounts. I'm picking up on just one thing that Greg quickly said, which is around developers are required to mitigate more short-term environmental effects, but not 100-year environmental effects. And these are as I understand, they're environmental impacts that persist over time, over a very long time. And they, financial contributions will basically help us, as I see it, to mitigate against those environmental outcomes that could persist for generations if we're not careful. So it's a prudent thing to do, and to make sure some of these projects, which we might consider not fully understand the impacts of, to get the resourcing they need. And some of the long-term environmental effects, I guess, relate to things like loss of wetlands, which we know is an ongoing issue. In New Zealand, we're continuing to drain wetlands, and that does have a huge impact on our water quality over time. And so this financial contributions is all about Te Ture Whaimana and protecting the river, and it helps us assess again, those long-term environmental impacts. So anyway, look forward to seeing the information on the discounts that will be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I just want to thank staff for their hard work on this policy and genuinely listening to the feedback from our submitters to help clarify their concerns. I also thank those who have submitted on this process and offering their perspective too. I appreciate the work from Councillor Bitter and Corrales on the amendment that allows for extra work on trying to make the cost benefits more clear. I appreciate the RMA reforms have further complicated this issue and just leaves a bit of an ambiguous timeline, but similarly acknowledge that regardless of the outcome, we're still held to our statutory obligations under Te Ture Whaimana, which protects our awa. So it's kind of an odd situation to be in, but I look forward to further reports and keeping an eye on central government and see how they're progressing. So, yeah, I'll be back. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I'd like to reference the comment made about not spending $1 before you collect $1. It's good advice generally, and while debt has its place, and I understand the logistics and lag of long-term planning, there's certainly value in that approach across the board. When this item first came to Council in February, I indicated that I was comfortable supporting consultation proceeding, but that I had broader concerns about the increasing reliance on contribution mechanisms and whether they can begin substituting for harder affordability and prioritisation discipline. Having worked through the consultation feedback, listening to the questions, the answers and the presentations this morning and the report, I'm not yet persuaded that those concerns have been sufficiently resolved. I'm generally supportive of policies that promote environmental care, but I'm also reluctant to layer additional taxes on a development community that arguably contributes extensively already. We have a responsibility to be satisfied that the framework is necessary, proportionate and sufficiently mature before going down this path. And at this stage, I'm not yet sufficiently persuaded of that, so I won't be supporting the policy today.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder, do you wish to exercise a right of reply?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Tim. Really just clarifying an important point. Where off-site impacts are greatly mitigated on-site through swales, etc., done at considerable expense by the developer beyond the minimum required, if there is no credit, no discount for that, this disincentivises good environmental design at the source, leaving the effects to be mitigated by the financial contributions, which we know is not a substantial amount. So there is actually a risk of a worse outcome, which is why we do need to check, and why Councillor McDonald has absolutely valid concerns. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you. Well, we'll go to the vote on the amendment, which, if adopted, obviously becomes a substantive motion. I think we probably need to do this. It is just the motion, right? So we'll go to the board, please, to cast your votes.
The motion is carried. 14 for, 1 against.
Thank you. That's been a good discussion, and I appreciate the work that was undertaken during the adjournment as well. Clearly, we have got no chance at all of getting right through the next item before morning tea. So what I propose to do is to start just with the presentation. James, if you would like to come forward to present the deliberations report on annual plan fees and charges. We may or may not get to the end of questions, but I'm sure we won't get to debate, and so we will take a tea adjournment at an appropriate time. Over to you, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Kia ora, councillors. Ko James Clark, tako ingoa. So today is about making final decisions on the 3 areas of fees and charges on which we consulted with the community, as well as an additional area, aquatics, on which there are a couple of consultation responses, as well as some targeted engagement that we did with relevant stakeholders. I won't go over the report because you've got it in front of you, including in attachment 1, detailed analysis of the consultation, which I think you'll find really helpful. And Natalie, who compiled that, is online should you have any questions that I can't answer. I will just very quickly go through the 4 areas. So the return of 2 hours free parking was overwhelmingly supported, with 88% of respondents in favour of that option. The consultation on the RMA fees, resource management fees and charges, there was also strong support for that, with 57% fully supporting and over 2/3 supporting either in full or in part. The increased charge for non-Hamiltonians to enter the enclosed gardens at Hamilton Gardens was a little bit more nuanced. 33% supported it fully and 55% supported fully or in part. Those numbers are slightly higher when you isolate to just look at Hamiltonians, because people from Waikato and Waipa in particular, who of course would be subject to the charges, tended to be more likely to oppose them. Paragraph 44 of the staff report sets out some of the suggestions of people who were in the middle camp of yes with suggestions, some of the ideas that they laid out. So those are the three areas on which we consulted, and in all three cases we're proposing, the staff recommendation is that we continue with the proposal as per what we consulted on. Obviously that's up for your decision today. And I mentioned the aquatics fees. So we received feedback, as you'll recall, from Hamilton Aquatics and Swimming Waikato. As you'll see in the staff report, we're not proposing to amend those fees at this stage. However, we are proposing, and having discussed this with Councillor Emma, Chair of the Community Committee, that we work with those groups and other groups who use the pools towards sort of memoranda of understanding, tackling issues such as fees and charges and different elements of their usage, and that work could ultimately underpin sort of final decisions that we've made in the long-term plan. There was a separate issues around disabled people's access to the pools, and paragraph 71 of the staff report sets out a series of changes that we are proposing making to what we consulted on, to what we approved, should I say, at the April council meeting. And you'll see there's a range of changes there, such as reducing the concession joining fees, and limit concession fee increases. I won't go into all of the changes, but they're all laid out in paragraph 71. That's all I propose to say at this stage, but very happy to answer any questions.
James, that's a good, crisp summary. Are there questions for James, please? Councillor Moroney and then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, James. Thanks for the report and all the work that's been done to bring it together for us. Two questions. The first one is around the change from 1 hour free parking to 2 hours free parking that will take place. What monitoring will take place to ensure that it brings about the impacts that people have argued it will bring about?
Do you mean monitoring in terms of things like spending in the central city, those sorts of things?
Yes, spending in the central city, availability of car parking, those issues that were monitored during the pilot.
Yeah, well, they're all things that we sort of monitor anyway, and I note that the Central City Revitalisation Subcommittee is sort of tasked with looking at this area going forward and thinking about options for the long-term plan. So through that committee, we'll be able to sort of filter any reporting, any evidence and further information we can provide.
Great, thank you. So any reports would come through the CBD Revitalisation Subcommittee?
Yes.
Correct, thank you. And my second question was around the work that you did for additional information that was requested by elected members, and this is on the gardens fees. So I had requested, and you did some work on this obviously, around on the back of the rationale that one of the reasons why it was difficult to do to have free passes for people in neighbouring territorial authorities was the administration and working out who they were and where they belonged to. And I see that you looked at you're saying that the annual passes are available for residents of neighbouring territorial authorities, as they are for anyone throughout the country, in fact. Who does the administration for that? Where does that happen?
Sean, do you want to take that?
Yes, Councillor, that's done by the team at the Hamilton Gardens. The question that you raised previously about the administration, if we were to introduce free admission for residents of Waikato and Waipa, I did say to you that there was a question of what that would mean for additional administration, because it is quite a bit. We've been working on that. We've had a discussion with people at both councils because we looked at the idea of whether they could be part of support, but it was very challenging for them because of the technology required. We require photo IDs and that, but however, we have come to the conclusion that the existing resources at the gardens could do it. It will just mean more workload and queues and things like that potentially, but it could be done.
So I'm not suggesting something that adds more workload, but if the annual pass issue already gets taken care of by our existing staff, what would be the additional administration in anyone from neighbouring councils who have an annual pass for that to be issued to them free because they are in a neighbouring council?
We would have to go through the process exactly as we have to go through for Hamilton residents in terms of getting identification of their place of residence, ratepayers validation. So it'd be the same as doing a free pass.
Okay, thank you. Because it was that I was really wanting to be explored with neighbouring councils, whether they would be prepared to pick up that administration role for free annual passes.
At a debate, of course, if you wish
thank
to,
you.
but we need just to stick to questions. You've got another one?
No, that's it. That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mackendall. I have a couple of questions about the gardens and a couple of questions about the pools. So in relation to the gardens, probably a question for Sean. Can you please tell us what specific operational efficiencies or cost containment measures have been identified for the gardens alongside the proposed fee increase, and what measurable reduction to the ratepayer subsidy is expected as a result?
Yes, thank you for that question. Look, I have to say that we continually are looking at ways in which we can make the operation more cost effective in terms of what we do, and that is on two fronts. One, through generating increased revenue, and the second in reducing costs where we can. We work hard day by day effectively to breathe in and breathe out our staffing. We try to variabilise our costs as much as we can depending on demand for the services that we do and so forth. However, some time ago when we did a fairly major revisit of the gardens operation, we did quite a few changes. We integrated existing resource out of H3 to support the venues operation at the gardens. We also integrated the IT functions, venue technology functions from H3 into supporting the gardens so that they didn't have to stand up their own resource for that. In addition, I have to say, back when we went through the Future Fit exercise, we actually did rationalise a number of roles, not just at the gardens, but across the broader group, including H3 more notably. So we removed, for example, 2 senior positions to save money. So I guess I want to give you assurance we have done this previously, and we do continue to look at ways that we can improve that efficiency. I'd also stress to you that the best opportunity we have to reduce the cost to ratepayers of the gardens is to increase our revenue. We can increase revenue without adding a lot of cost to what we do. Certainly, you get to a certain stage and you might need more staff at the visitor centre, but the real secret is utilising the resources we have with more revenue, because, as I've said, with all of our operations, we have the capacity to take more volume.
Thank you. In that same vein, how do you ensure that introducing additional revenue streams, as you are suggesting we do, does not reduce organisational pressure to continue to pursue operational efficiencies? More money and less pressure to save costs.
Oh, well, I think you're taking it that we would just be lazy, and we wouldn't be. We always look at our costs. We don't, not look at our costs and where we're going. The Hamilton Gardens, the operating deficit of the Hamilton Gardens is currently budgeted with this new increase in the fee, is budgeted to be $2.1 million. I can't control council recharges, I can't control depreciation, but I can control our operating costs. And as I've said in previous briefings, my goal for the gardens is to get that operating cost down to break even. So that operating cost is zero, and we are going to do that whatever way we can, without losing the essence of what the gardens is all about, the customer service and delivery, and without putting revenue at jeopardy in the process.
Thank you. A couple of questions in relation to the pools. First of all, I want to applaud the responsiveness to the consultation feedback. I appreciate not putting the price up, but can you help me understand the thinking around putting the price down? What is the evidence that the current prices are impeding access?
Talking about, Mish, which
the
fees putting down?
fees are gone down. There's a few things that have gone down. What's the evidence that the current pricing is impeding access?
That the current prices are impeding access. So that was the feedback from our targeted engagement with the groups, was that they told us that that would affect access. Is that correct? I've just got Rebecca.
They told us that the current prices impede access.
No, the increase in prices would further impede.
Yes, so I understand that, that the feedback is that if we increase the prices, it will impede access, but we're not just looking to increase the prices, but on some things, we are looking to decrease the prices on.
So where we're looking to decrease prices is at Gallagher Pools?
Yep.
Yes, but that's because we have capacity at Gallagher Pools. We want to up the capacity, so we're incentivising use of Gallagher, which should see higher volumes at Gallagher Pools, which would result in an increase in revenue. That's the intent.
Thank you. How does the team distinguish between benchmarking against other facilities and independently assessing what's affordable and appropriate for Hamilton residents and coming up with the pricing structures?
Yeah, that might be one for me to take. I think the answer is what we've presented here is a mix of both. So you'll see we've done the benchmarking, but we have considered affordability. So on some of the charges, we're not proposing to increase them, like general entry and things like that. However, some we've identified that we sit very low in comparison to other cities, and those are the ones where we've identified that there is the opportunity to increase. So the fees and charges presented to you are a local test against the industry benchmark, and the team have gone through every line in our fees and charges and made that assessment. And following the targeted consultation, we have accepted it that in the case of some of those charges to our disability community, we would have been creating a further barrier to access.
Thank you. One last question. When developing the price recommendations, how have the team distinguished between the core purpose of providing affordable swimming access and the broader range of ancillary aquatic offerings, spa, sauna, etc., now provided through the facilities?
That's a very good question. Those, with the exception of the Reformer Studio, all of those facilities were provided historically pre-fire. So we had a fire that has meant that they haven't been provided for a few years. Those items, particularly the gym, actually offset operating costs of core services like water safety and Learn to Swim. So those generate a high level of revenue, which helps us offset the cost of those more core services.
Thank you. So in relation to the high revenue that the ancillary services produce, they produce a surplus?
Oh, yes. In the instance of the gym, in this current financial year, it has produced double, so the revenue is double what it costs to run the service. Yeah.
So it's a profit of 500K in this year, and that's a 21% increase from 2 years ago.
Thank you.
Yep.
We'll go online now to Councillor Huata.
Morning. My question is about the Hamilton Gardens. Has consideration been given to those that are unhoused and therefore cannot provide proof of residency because they don't have one?
In answer to your question, the answer is no, because we have processed a system of identifying people who pay rates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you. I think Sean may have answered in Misha's question on what the total return is, because couldn't find it in the report, but I'll just double check I heard right. So the 560 increase on top of the existing revenue is expected to be 2.1 million, is that correct?
No, the 2.1 million that I quoted was the operating deficit.
Right.
And that includes our provision for increased revenue of 560,000, which we estimate as a result of the the $7.50 increase. So
what was the existing, because the reports that I could find had projected, from the last consultation, had projected 10 million over 10 years, which would be about 1 million a year.
I can't answer that question. I'm not
Okay.
quite sure where that's at. The range that
But we've got the 2.1 million deficit.
The range that we estimated was between like 450 and 950 in terms of the impact, and we're sort of settling on an average.
Okay.
For budgeting purposes.
Thank you. My second question is just on the pool. So the MOU is largely intended for sports clubs, but can you clarify, could this also be used to work with our community centres to find ways to support them, such as through special events or on a more formal basis?
Yes, that is the intention of the MOU. We will take a broad view with all regular users of the facility and work through how we could best shape agreements with them. And that includes organisations working in the disability sector, community houses, as well as our water codes.
Can I just clarify with councillors too, just on the lane hire for the clubs, we benchmark as some of the lowest lane hire in the country. So, and you can take, so at 20, and there's variable costs, but if you took, for example, and we'd sent this information around, the proposed fee is to $20 per lane from 17, I think it currently is, in the 25-metre pool. So, and you can have up to 10 participants in that one lane. So that's $2 per person, which is significantly less than our entry fee. There are some pools in the country that not only charge lane hire, but they charge an entry fee for their lane use. And so we benchmark very low with club hire, and then we have mid to high range for our general admission. So what the team is trying to do is to bring, we also have very high demand for contestable water space across general admission, so leisure swimming, club use, not just lane hire, but we have other sports also played at Waterworld. So the water space is in high demand, and what the team is trying to do is to get greater consistency across all of our fees. So we've got a general admission fee with a mid to high benchmark, and lane hire that is, from our benchmarking, would be the lowest, but we haven't done every pool, but some of the lowest in the country. So that's the aim there. And we're still subsidising those club fees. And that's where revenue, such as we make through our other activities, such as the gym and the, which includes Pilates, because you don't have the same demand for, we're not using water space for those activities, and so that's where we're able to make revenue that offsets some of our other fees. So I just wanted to make that really clear.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you for a second bite at this. This is just really a question for clarification following on from Councillor Huata's question before, so Sean. I thought, did I hear you say that the free access is for ratepayers, but it's
for residents?
Can I correct, it's for residents?
Sorry, for residents.
Okay.
But it's done through a proof of address basis.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted clarification that it is in fact residents, not just ratepayers. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the staff for the report for this one. We're going around a lot of circles. It's not a lot of money. It's...
Dive into debate,
I did a dive into debate because that's where I felt like going. But at the end of the day, have we benchmarked ourselves enough people to be accurate in what we're doing?
Yes.
Thank you.
You did say, could I thank the staff? So that is a question. Councillor Strange.
Thank you. A question for you, Mayor Tim. Are we planning to vote on all four recommendations
Separately or together?
Together or separately?
I was anticipating that somebody might ask that. We'll have an opportunity to consider that during the tea adjournment. It may be that we will need to divide it up, but I just want to check that with governance.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Then that is a delightful segue into a morning tea break. As I mentioned at the outset, that we do have the potential for this to be quite a long meeting, so could we adjourn now and resume, please, in 15 minutes? Lance is coming. we online? Yeah. Councillors, we will resume. We still have quite a lot to cover during today's meeting. To those watching online, I'm sorry we're a few minutes late. I just want to say a sincere thanks to my councillor colleagues who surprised me during the adjournment with a lovely cake and some flowers, which may be evident there, to celebrate the arrival in Vancouver about 18 hours ago of my little grandson. I think it's highly unlikely that he's watching this meeting, but to Oliver and to our daughter Jess and son-in-law Garrett, just want to say how lovely it was that your bundle of joy has been recognised all the way over here, and welcome to the world, Oliver. You are already dearly loved, and thank you very much, councillors. Right. At that point, I can't think of a better way than to get into a debate on annual plan fees and charge. But we do now have the different fees and charges proposals to debate. Just want to know if there's somebody who's willing to move the motion as a whole. And it's the Deputy Mayor. Do we have a seconder in Councillor Corrales? Thank you. So I'll open it up now to debate. The Deputy Mayor, if you'd like to lead off, please.
Thank you. I support the recommendations, most notably the 2 hours free parking and the new charges at Hamilton Gardens. Really delighted with the overwhelming response from the public in regards to the 2 hours free. Which I think reflects the views I probably always suspected people had. I congratulate the Mayor for championing this in his Mayor's plan. He has his finger on the pulse. I think the rate rise lowered by a third and reintroducing the 2 hours free, I think good moves. We know it's not a panacea in itself, just one of many measures to boost the CBD. And I'm looking forward to seeing it brought back in July, and this time with good enforcement, and I think it'll work well. And just to give context, it's not an thing in isolation in terms of parking. We are doing a parking study which will inform the LTP in November, which includes aspects such as do we look at Sunday enforcement, finding more on and off-street car parks, and also turning around our enforcement regime to be more welcoming to the public. I think that's a real key. To better PR, better communication, less complaints. And I'm looking forward to going around the base in Chartwell and winning back some of those folks who are currently there and saying, folks, you don't need to be at the base, you don't need to be at Chartwell. Come to the CBD, you'll find great parking, great shopping, hospitality, and unbeatable ambience. So I'm looking forward to winning all those folks back into the central city. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have Councillor O'Leary, but it looks no. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I'm happy that a lot of this is being done in the sheer fact that it's also going to come back to the LTP so we can then readdress it for the long term and look at things in general with regarding central city revitalisation, car parking, mobility car parking, and that whole raft of things that are going on in the central city. With regards to swimming, I'm comfortable with where we're sitting at the moment. And again, on the gardens, we've got to work towards a way of self-sufficiency, covering costs, and being in that step. This is step one, and I think we're going to have to revisit some of this again in the LTP for the long-term plan. But right now, it works for me.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I just want to start by thanking staff, particularly James and Hannah, for their support on this report, helping with workshops and processing submissions and many EM requests. Genuinely appreciate it. Thank you. In the last meeting, I supported 2 hours free parking, noting I'd hold my decision on public feedback. Well, we've heard loud and clear that 86% of submitters are backing it. We've heard that Hamiltonians are choosing to head to the base or Chartwell because parking there is free and effortless. So by moving to 2 hours, we're giving our central city the chance to compete on a more level playing field and directly supporting the Mayor's plan and the Deputy Mayor's new committee. I've heard firsthand how restrictive 1 hour is. A DHB official told me at council and the community, it is a genuine barrier to health appointments for those that need them most. And at a recent rest home visit, our elderly residents shared that time restrictions simply make them go elsewhere. I acknowledge this doesn't solve every parking issue, but let this be the start into wider parking work to fix those barriers. Hamilton Gardens, I believe the increase to $27.50 is a necessary, a bit difficult step, with operating costs still meaning that we're relying heavily on Hamilton ratepayers to subsidise a $2.1 million gap. Oh gosh. Aquatics, thanks to Rebecca and the Aquatics team for the support and working with the community groups and the target groups. Appreciate the changes that have been made and incredibly pleased to see the introduction of the discount for community card holders and supporting Melville as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poke. I think actually the system had a wee glitch, so I apologise for the fact that the bell rang while you were speaking. Had you covered all the points that you wished to? Yes. You had? Okay. Thank you, and I'm sorry for that. Next is Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mackendo. In relation to the parking, I support 2 hours free parking because reducing the friction of coming into town affects whether people choose to come into the CBD or not. And the consultation feedback showed clear support for such. On the Hamilton Gardens, there was mixed feedback, and I am more persuaded by what Hamiltonians think than what non-Hamiltonians think. I'm supportive of finding alternative revenue streams to reduce the burden on Hamilton ratepayers. However, this only works if costs are contained and the extra revenue actually goes to reduce the top-up by ratepayers. The Gardens annual report ending December 2025 shows that it costs $17,800 a day to operate the Gardens, with a budgeted deficit of $7.2 million. So yes, increase the revenue, but I think we need to take a harder look at the costs as well. I'll support the planning fee changes. I think there's reasonable user pays rationale there. In relation to the aquatics, I appreciate the response taken to the consultation feedback and the attempt to balance affordability concerns. However, while I did see feedback expressing sensitivity to cost of living pressure, I did not see clear evidence that the current pricing levels are already causing participation failure or undermining accessibility. I note the benchmarking done, but actively reducing pricing simply increases the level of subsidy being carried by the average ratepayer, and I'm not persuaded the evidence presented justifies that shift. So I support a balanced approach to the public pool pricing, but on the evidence provided, I don't support the pool proposal as given. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Mayor Mackendo. This is the deliberations part of the process, so we are nearly almost fully through our new members' very first annual plan. So with that in mind, I'm going to save my thanks and acknowledgement of the journey for our final adoption meeting, and my debate is solely focused on the consultation feedback we got. I still believe in user pays where appropriate, but I also believe that consultation has to mean something. I have consistently supported user pays where it makes sense, and I do still believe that that principle matters. However, what matters deeply to me and many of the members in this chamber is the public feedback, and that has been very clear. The confidence in the current system, a parking system, is low, and people are frustrated by confusing and inconsistent messaging. That came through really loud and clear through submissions. And what I heard and took from all of the submissions wasn't simply a demand for free parking. What I heard was the frustration with the complexity, confusion with technology and messaging, and a lack of confidence. That's what the submission said to me, and that's what I'm listening to.
As we've heard, the bigger conversations around transport, parking strategy, user pays, etc. will sit more predominantly in the long-term plan process. I also acknowledge and support the Deputy Mayor's debate points. This was clearly signalled by Mayor McIndoe, not only through the election campaign but also in the Mayor's plan, and I think there's value in showing that when we consult and when we campaign, we actually are genuinely prepared to listen and respond to what comes back, and Mayor McIndoe has clearly done that. And finally, good consultation really only works if the people that we're asking for feedback from have been genuinely heard. And in this case, while it might not align fully with my personal preference around user pays, I think the public feedback has been very clear, and I am very happy and comfortable to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to speak. We'll start that one again. Right. I'm going to speak specifically in regard to the pool fees. As the accessibility ambassador for our council, I had a very close look at the changes and how they would affect disabled residents, and I want to say thank you to our staff, to Councillor Emma as well, for the time that you took to work through issues with me on that. I attended a panel or a group which was a focus group with members from our disabled community, which went through in detail all of the fee changes, what could mitigate the impacts of increased fees, what the impact of increasing those fees would be. There was very clear feedback. Firstly, that many members of our disabled community rely on access to our pool facilities for their health and for exercise and for managing pain. And that includes not only using our hydrotherapy pool, but also relying on our sauna and our spa and the main swimming pools as well. So these aren't just luxury things for them, it's actually a critical way of managing their health and pain. And it was also very clear that many of the members of our disabled community actually live on very little. They have to rely on a benefit which barely covers their essentials. And so a small increase in the cost of going to the pool has a big impact. So there's a high level of price sensitivity. And so I want to say thank you to our staff for coming back with recommendations that did respond to those concerns. We're still seeing an increase in prices overall for concessions, but there's smaller increases, and also the barrier to getting a membership has been decreased, which is a large one-off cost for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. I also wanted to focus more on the pool charges and the forum that Councillor Sarah mentioned that we got to attend and listen to the community, and it was really powerful, and it demonstrated to me how important it is to get that direct feedback, because it also directly influenced what we have before us today. And in particular, I want to acknowledge the staff, Michelle, Macca and Shay, because it was obvious too, Sarah and I were silent on the call, but they were clearly responding and asking questions and drawing out the information and being incredibly just responsive and friendly, which is what we want for our staff and for our communities to feel engaged and welcome in these processes. So I just really want to acknowledge them and the work they did, and of course Rebecca as well. I want to say on a personal note, because I've checked this at home, it's great to see students included in the concession. We've got 3 students in our household at the moment, and I know my son will be going back to Waterworld because he left because it was a bit more pricey than other pools. So it's good that some of those things have been figured through and students can benefit from what we're going to implement. I guess lastly, just on the gardens, I feel for our neighbouring councils, but I guess just with a view to the amalgamation conversation, I just want to say to our neighbours that you never know what the future might hold with regards to the gardens. So just hold your horses. Thank you.
Councillor Corrales.
Mayor Tim. I'm supportive of the Mayor-led annual plan generally, as I've previously indicated, and in particular those aspects that are being decided on today. In relation to parking, the public has spoken very, very clearly, but I want to comment on something that's somewhat adjacent, and that is something that the public submitters raised quite clearly, which is that the 2 hours free parking helps, but it isn't the silver bullet. And so I do want to encourage us as we head into LTP planning to keep in mind the question of, what is our broader vision for the city and what is the identity that we want to carve out for Hamilton, one that sets us apart from the rest of the country. I want to endorse Councillor Thompson's and Councillor Casey Cox's comments in relation to the aquatic fees. I'm supportive of MOUs with key partners, and in particular I am supportive of the proposed reductions to improve access for those with community services cards and for those with disabilities. And I think too we need to acknowledge that the team have worked hard to smooth out the impact of that in other areas. From my perspective, overall the changes strike a sensible balance between the cost of operating facilities safely and ensuring access for the wider community, especially those for whom access is not easy. I personally appreciated the inclusion of benchmarking. It does add useful context to the discussion, and it is something objective for us to measure ourselves against. So thank you very much to the team for all of the work across all of the issues that we are deciding on today.
Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Firstly, on the aquatics, we need to put our prices up. I mean, we're in an inflationary environment, and it is challenging with the amount of pools we have. We certainly do need more aquatic facilities. That's probably at the heart of this. So, we need to keep actively looking. I know the staff are doing that around opportunities, probably partnership opportunities, maybe one of the significant fast-track applications that are coming. So I appreciate the work staff are doing, continuing to look for opportunities for more aquatics, because that really is, in terms of supply and demand, that's what's going on here. In terms of the swim clubs, I imagine they're accessing grant funding to help support their members. If not, I encourage them to do so, because there's certainly quite a lot of grant funding out there in order to help them bring down the prices for their members. In terms of the gardens, I encourage people, and a lot of people do talk to me from neighbouring councils who are not happy with the set $27.50 proposed fee. I encourage them to talk to their councils, talk to their elected members, and ask them to provide the same sort of subsidy that Hamilton City Council are providing to Hamilton City Council, to Hamilton City ratepayers. So I encourage them to have that conversation rather than simply complain about the price. Have a talk to their councillors. And then on the 2 hours free, I do support the 2 hours free. I think it is important. I appreciate some arguments around making sure we don't encourage people to become too car dependent. At the same time, the majority of the people are supporting the 2 hours free, particularly a lot of the businesses I've spoken with in the CBD. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I go to the mover for his right of reply, I will just make a couple of comments. Could I thank you all for the very thoughtful comments that have been made? And I want to say to the public who are listening, while there will always be differences of opinion and some people will be happy with some decisions and not with others, I think what you're seeing here is evidence of a council that is listening to you. And I'm very proud of that. As has been mentioned, we went out and campaigned on many of these issues. We heard feedback, we've consulted on it as well. And I think that overall the resolutions we're passing today reflect the fact that we are responding intelligently and fairly. As Councillor Corrales has mentioned, 2 hours free parking in itself is not a silver bullet. I've said repeatedly, it's not a panacea to solving all of the issues that we face in the CBD, but it is a genuine gesture of support, not only to our retailers, but also to our service providers, those in hospitality and elsewhere, that we understand their needs. And I hope that it will, as the Deputy Mayor said, result in more people coming in and that will help revitalise our CBD. It's not just an economic measure, it's also a social one. On that note, could I acknowledge the Deputy Mayor? When I joined this council just over 2 years ago, he was literally a lone voice on this issue. His support doubled when I joined the council. But to have reached the point now where the majority of you appear willing to support this measure is something that I deeply appreciate. I don't take that lightly. I know that for some it has meant a tough choice. I do acknowledge that there's foregone revenue, and so there are all sorts of factors. I just want to move on quickly to the gardens and to note that, again, there's a division of opinion here, but many of us campaigned on our need to raise revenue other than through dipping ever deeper into our ratepayers' pocket. The Hamilton Gardens are world-class. We can be incredibly proud of them. They are, to quote Leo Liu, Councillor Leo Liu, cheap as chips compared with similar attractions, not only in this country, but particularly internationally. We were told when visitor charges were introduced that numbers were likely to drop. That didn't happen. I'm supremely confident that it won't happen again this time. And if, just final point, you could pick up on the Deputy Chief Executive's comment that we still have an operating deficit budgeted for the gardens of $2.1 million. If this can go further to reducing that deficit to zero, that's good for our ratepayers, good for our city, and good for the development of the gardens. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to exercise a right of reply?
Thank you, Mayor McIntyre. No, you've said it all beautifully. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, then we will go to the vote. Do you want to do it on the board, or? Yes, please. We'll go to the board for the vote, please.
Mayor Tim did ask that right at the beginning if anybody wanted to, as we came back from break. Do we want to change that?
How many of you would like to break it up into separate? A couple. Are you wanting all four done separately, or is it just one that you want to separate out? The pools. All right. Then,
okay.
Is it a breach of standing orders to do that? It is. Yes, clear. It's a breach of standing orders.
We've kind of gone to the vote, but if we'll reset it and we will vote on the staff recommendation minus pools.
Minus pools, so the other three at first up. I appreciate your flexibility there.
And you want, okay, hang on.
We need to go all four.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really? Right. Yeah, I think that is a fair comment. And in the spirit of being a benevolent grandfather, I'm of a mind to be generous today. We will vote on.
We'll just need a second then, because we'll need to remove things. It's not as easy as. 1 second.
It's not as easy as doing that. This particular process? Right, that's a bit unconventional after we've completed debate as well.
How we're voting, and that wasn't in front of us when we had the debate.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so would it, I mean, it does enable you to vote as you wish to on each of the four different options.
My question is around if this sets a precedent that at any time in the future, should one or two members want to separate out a vote, that's going to be an accepted process going forward. I mean, I'm in favour of that, by the way.
I accept that you're making a fair point. I think in this case, well, you're asking a fair question, and I wouldn't want to set a precedent that would destabilise us all the time. Given that there was some genuine confusion, I think in this instance I'm of a mind to err on the side of leniency, but you're making a fair point with your question. So we are in a position now to vote on each one. So the first one that we are voting on.
We're going to put it on the screen because.
Up to the chair. Okay.
I think I've ruled on that. I appreciate the fact it's a bit untidy, and I'll wear that, but we do need to move on. So So is the first one the gardens?
So gardens, receiving the report, approving gardens and the planning guidance, urban spatial planning fees, and then the suite that the changes will be brought to the adoption meeting on the 25th of June.
I think it's
Right,
eight,
you can
A,
see that
B,
on
and
the
C,
board.
And then 1 and 3 are separated, right? So there's 3 votes.
So we're voting on what you see on the board at the moment. We go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously. Mm-hmm. So we're now moving to the vote on parking.
The fact that it's got no councillors moving and seconding, do we?
All of them
They're
have.
all moved and seconded by
Yes,
the Deputy Mayor.
Moving this on the fly, just we haven't
Right.
caught up on
Yeah,
all the
fair enough.
other changes.
For all 4 of them, right. Okay.
The motion is carried, 13 for, 2 against.
Number 3.
Point of process, I'm uncomfortable with this because the vote, some members have changed their vote. I think I'll leave it, but going forward, we need a 75% majority once a vote has been cast to rescind that vote to start again. This doesn't feel,
Right.
doesn't feel a good process or good governance to me. Do you agree?
Yeah. So, to ensure that everybody can hear, could I just ask Councillor O'Leary and then I'll come to Councillor Corrales?
Yeah, correct process understanding orders once a vote has been cast by council, we need 75% of majority to rescind the vote. We were acting in good faith here I assumed on the knowledge that we knew what the vote was going to be for the majority of the items, but now I can already see that there's some
Right.
changing of votes, so
I accept the point.
in future.
I'll hear a couple of others and then I just want to take some advice from governance. But
From my perspective, the opportunity to signal that you wanted to split votes was when you asked whether anyone was prepared to move the motion as a whole, and was there a seconder? And so Deputy Mayor Taylor indicated he would move it, and I indicated I would second it. And there was no comment to the contrary.
yeah. Right. Councillor McDonald, your light is on.
Just in response to that, the question was there anyone willing to move it as a motion, as a set of 4? To me, I'm thinking, I don't want to move it as a motion, so I'm not going to respond to the question that was asked. If the question was asked, is there people who would like to move it as a motion, is there anyone who wouldn't like to, then I would have seen an opportunity to signal that, but it didn't feel like there was an opportunity to signal that I wanted to break it up at that point. There was an assumption that it would all be together.
Look, members, I apologise. I've got this wrong. And sometimes we have to own our mistakes. I think we're at a point now where we're midway through a process. I will make sure that I learn from this, but I think in this instance, I'm told that it would not be possible for us to go back. So with my apology, could we continue with the votes that we're taking separately? And I will try to ensure that this is a learning opportunity that I benefit from as well as the rest of us. So we're on now to the aquatics fees and charges.
Facilities, please. The motion is carried, 14-4, 1 against.
Thank you. And the final motion? Or is it?
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Very good. Thank you. We are going to move on now to the major item of local government reform, which our Chief Executive and Claire Thorne are going to present a proposal upon for obviously a very significant matter that's already been discussed. So I'll invite Lance and Claire to present to us.
Great, thanks Mayor Tim. I firstly want to say a thank you to you for all the work you've done at the Mayoral Forum, and also there's been a number of webinars for elected members from across the region, which has been arranged through the Mayoral Forum with DIA people and other subject matter experts as well. There's been a bit of wrangling in that, so I've sort of got visions of Tim with a cowboy hat on and a rope sort of rustling people up and that sort of thing, but has rustled them up to have the conversation, which I think is really important, because at this stage we are in conversations, and it's also working through this in a respectful way, remembering that we've got a bunch of neighbouring councils that are going through the same discussions at their particular councils and thinking about their ratepayers too. So thanks very much for that. Also I want to thank Claire and Hannah as well. From Blair's team, we've done a power of work in the background, working with the Mayoral Forum and other elected members and staff from other councils, and also Dan Silverton, who's been working on the communications. I'll come to that because I think we've all been a bit challenged by the timeframes and communications and engagement and that sort of thing as well, which is outlined in the paper. I also want to acknowledge DIA. Mayor Tim mentioned a chap called Hemi Smiler from DIA, who's the manager of this process for central government, and also Vanessa Blakelock, who's our regional local government relationships person. Both of them have been very accessible, made themselves available at even all hours of evenings and things like that for discussions, and actually answering a lot of curly questions too on a process which at times hasn't had as much process around it as we would have liked. So today's item, as you've probably seen, I'm not going to soldier through the whole item. It's a pretty fulsome item with a lot of information in it. We've had some discussions as well prior to this. It's not about choosing council's preferred model as we sort of look at the proposal that came out from government. It's all about, today's more about process, deciding whether or not we will participate in shaping that reform through the government's Head Start process, or not to do this and wait for the government's backstop process to respond to their proposed changes. And to be honest, the backstop is a process that we don't really know anything about. There's not a lot of detail around it, just that we know that they would have more announcements about that March, April next year on what that would look like for councils that decide not to be proactive going forward. So this, the Head Start pathway does give councils an opportunity within that prescribed time frame up till August the 9th to help design what the future could look like before those more directive approaches might happen to those councils that decide not to be proactive and looking forward through that process. Look, we know the time frame is short. As I said before, it doesn't allow for the level of community consultation that we would normally expect and normally carry out. It's very limited, especially for an issue of this significance. So And I think everyone's pretty been challenged by that. I'm just looking at some of our local government colleagues around New Zealand. There's all sorts of approaches being taken, and I think everyone's expressed concerns around the timeframes and that sort of thing back to the ministers and to DIA as well. So we've got to acknowledge that. So what we've proposed in the document here is, in the agenda item as staff, is more of a staged approach. It's progressing with a high-level proposal now, with that detailed analysis, that engagement, consultation to follow August the 9th if you approve the process today, and if our proposal goes to Cabinet, DIA and Cabinet, and then they actually say, yes, this looks like a goer, and you're in the Head Start process, which gives you another 6 or 7 months to actually work it through until they look at bespoke legislation to help implementation of preferred processes coming to fruition. Look, there's trade-offs that you'll need to think through. Participating will require some reprioritisation of staff time and resource. We can manage that, I can give you that assurance. Obviously this is probably one of the biggest things facing us, and it's important. All of this carries risks in a bunch of different ways, including pressure on regional relationships with neighbouring councils, with government, with our community, etc., our stakeholders, and obviously with our treaty partners, with iwi as well. And obviously there's uncertainty around government direction as well, and I'm alluding to that. There's a central government election later this year. Some of the things we're hearing, though, we will probably hear more from the opposition after August the 9th, when those Head Start proposals go to Cabinet and that sort of thing. It sounds like, speaking to the local government spokesperson, that they're basically waiting to see what happens there, then they'll form policy around that. The interesting thing is the opposition said they probably won't tinker with RMA reform because there's been enough toing and froing and pivoting around that side of things for a long time. So this reform is actually linked into Resource Management Act reform, so I think you need to understand that as well. Obviously there's going to be a regional spatial plan, which is really important for how our region grows, not only demographically but economically, and also looking after the environment and other interests as well. So today we're asking you to consider whether or not we're in the Head Start process. There's some suggested options. Look, there could have been a myriad of options around configuration of a new unitary council or councils areas that we could have put to you. Staff have been reasonably pragmatic in what seem to be the logical ones. We've put 3 in there, but there may be one other one, the Hamilton Metro Spatial Plan area, which is Hamilton City Council plus some of those urban areas in the northern part of Waipa, and also in the southern part of the Waikato region. And that map's actually been approved through Future Proof, which is through all its partners, which includes government, several years ago. So that is actually, like a legitimate boundary that's been in a planning document for some time as well. So just to the recommendations, and I'll talk about the models a little bit too. In the recommendations, we've suggested that there's an elected member working group. I conferred with Mayor Tim on this. You might think it's a little bit odd that the staff and the CE are recommending particular elected members, but I talked to Mayor Tim about this and felt that we needed an experienced group of elected members and also that can represent the rest of you, notwithstanding the fact that what we are doing, if this goes ahead today, if you pass the staff recommendations, that we will be having regular meetings. And I know Amy's worked her magic and has put in, I think, fortnightly meetings up until over the next 11 weeks until August the 9th. So we will be taking all of you as elected members on the journey going forward. The smaller working party is to actually have conversations, to get their heads around things, give political views, or governance type views and that sort of thing into the process, because there'll be 2 parts to this. Obviously governance arrangements of any new form of local government are going to be vitally important, which goes to some of the criteria for government around providing for local voice and also sensible governance around a whole range of things, from local matters right through to regional matters as well. And obviously the devil's always in the detail about how you do that, and I think it's important that a lot of thinking's done on those governance arrangements, whatever configurations will come out, remembering that all configurations will be bigger, and it will be a big process. We know how much work's gone into EOI, setting that up. I'm really proud of the team. I think we've done an outstanding job actually standing that organisation up in 18 months, probably leading the nation. But you think if you're going to amalgamate through to 10 or 11 councils, that is big, and it was huge in Auckland. So I think you need to cast your minds to that. The other thing will be the organisational and operational design as well. As I said, the devil is in the detail, but that sort of comes at a later date. So just around we're also setting up a staff project team, and we're working closely with other councils as well, so there isn't a whole lot of duplication of effort and those sorts of things. That's happening through the Mayoral Forum and the Waikato CE's Forum. And it started just the other day at the Mayoral Forum as taking quite a data-led approach to actually giving you really good information so you can consider should you want us to go ahead with this today, at future meetings, you can consider, what might be the preferred option or options that we want to pursue going forward. Probably the first part of that work would be around looking at a set of principles, success factors and things like that, because I think you always need to start with the why. What are we trying to achieve? And I think we had a productive discussion on that the other day, noting that I know some elected members couldn't be there for that discussion last week, but staff found that very, very useful to get that feedback from you. And that's around, local voice, the efficiencies, and the government criteria. But, success factors for us, one of them will be how do we overcome all the issues and the churn we have around cross-boundary growth issues with Waipa and Waikato. No disrespect to those two councils, they probably view it in a similar way. So there's all of that, which is really important. And there will be nuances for each council across the region around what are their success factors, but I think there'll also be some congruity as well. And other things that are, obviously it's around affordability. Ratepayers will be saying, it's all very well, you can reconfigure yourselves, but are my rates going to be the same? Are they going to be less, or are they going to be more? Will my services be better, cheaper, faster? All those sorts of questions, which is fair enough. The other thing is casting our minds to regional council functions too, and what I'd like to do is actually get Chris McClay and Warren Marv, the chair of the regional council, to come and actually talk to you about regional council functions. Even though you might think you know what they are, I think it'll be very useful to actually have that discussion, be able to ask questions. And we had a fantastic presentation at the Mayoral Forum the other day, which everyone found very useful. And I think it was quite enlightening for people, especially the Waikato Regional Council rating system. It's complex, and if you split all that up, it actually has quite some big financial consequences as well. So I think we need to know all of that sort of information. The government criteria, I've outlined that for the Head Start proposal. That's on pages 127 and 128 in your agenda. And the last thing I want to mention is, it came up the other day, was just how we're engaging with our treaty partners. So Mayor Tim and I and Leanne and Hannah had a good kōrero this morning with Donna Flavel and also Tuku Morgan from Waikato Tainui. They're very keen, and we reached some really good agreement about how they can be involved in the discussions going forward, and every other council's doing that too, and there'll be probably a special Mayoral Forum meeting in the next couple of weeks to bring all the iwi chairs in. It's not just Waikato Tainui, there's Maniapoto, there's Tūwharetoa, there's a bunch of iwi, and the chairs get together, so I think that'll be a really productive meeting as well to hear their views around, and probably us incorporating what could be in those success factors that we're talking about in this conversation. So it was a really heartening meeting. Actually, I think we'll be in good shape. Notwithstanding the fact that we also have to talk to the rest of the community as well as we go forward. And I think probably our challenge at the moment on this is it's probably around informing people about what's happening, because we might live, eat and breathe this, but you know, the average resident and ratepayer, you know, they've got lots of other things going on in their lives and don't always, you know, have their eyes over this and as much scrutiny as we do. Look, I'll leave it there. And happy to answer any questions on what's proposed in the report. And Claire and Hannah will be able to, and Dan will be able to assist with that as well. Lastly, we have got in there in the recommendation that that we develop a communications approach for the whole project. The interesting thing is, at the moment, we're getting a whole lot of emails from other councils around New Zealand, so there's some really interesting, innovative approaches happening, because everyone's, you know, with a short time frames, is looking at how they can engage their communities in some sort of way. So I find that plagiarism's always, you know, the best part of innovation. So we'll be looking at that as well. I'll leave it there, Mayor Tim, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Lance. And could I just quickly acknowledge both you and Claire and the other officials you're working with, your leadership of the CE's team throughout our region is deeply appreciated, and it is a huge body of work, but I'm grateful to you all for what you are doing. We'll go to questions now, starting with the Senior Whip. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. My questions aren't about solving this today, but I do have a few questions, so bear with me. I have some concern around the process being all roads lead to growth and that being the outcome. And I raised the issue the other day in the workshop around set of principles, but I don't want to do anything that slows the process down. So, Mr. CE, where do you think that would sit in the process?
Making sure it's not just about growth.
Yeah, and setting some high-level principles.
Oh, I mean, in the next week.
Okay.
So I'd like elected members, I think we should work through that as a team. I think we should get everyone's views out, and then obviously we'll have to come to some consensus. And then, because I think if you get a set of principles and a set of success factors, and also you probably have to look at some of the potential risks and those sorts of things, then that gives you good criteria to actually assess options through, and you can actually squeeze it through and do the high, medium, low scoring type thing. We actually, if you cast your mind back, for those who were here at the time, we did that with EOI. I think we had 5 options that sort of had some sub-options. There was about 14 options, and Peter and Gavin and co actually, and Andrew Parsons took us through that. I found that was quite a useful process. Look, it won't be the detailed analysis, that will probably come later on. The detailed analysis probably will be more around the financial side of things and rating and those sorts of things, as I mentioned before.
Okay, thank you. The report acknowledges that this is going to create major workload for the organisation and resourcing pressure, but then it also says that it will be managed within existing budgets. Can you, so those two are in conflict with each other when I read the report, can you clearly tell me when we might need to provide extra resource, being i.e. funding, and how and what is being managed in existing budgets?
So it'll be the work up until the 9th of August, should you go down this track today.
Okay.
And because managers and elected members across the organisation have had good scrutiny on our budgets, we've, as Gary told us at the Finance and Assurance Committee the other day, we're actually running favourable to budget. And so we'll be able to accommodate the costs involved. Look, we're trying to use staff, time, resources we've got. We actually have a lot of data sets and things like that. So do the other councils. Craig Hobbs and Chris McClay at the Regional Council in Waikato District have been pulling together some great information. All CEs are doing that now. And We're even using information from the Taxpayers Union and also from the local government benchmarking information that DIA asked for last year. So we always did say that that information that we've provided to other organisations would be useful in the future.
Okay, thank you. Just on page 134, point 9 talks about the criteria for assessing proposals, and I have read the Minister's Head Start document. In this first phase, it says that one of the criteria we'll be assessed on is the achievement of economies of scale, but without a detailed analysis or time to do that, how are we going to meet that criteria assessment?
Look, it'll have to be high level.
Okay, very, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, people are starting to use some comparable information. We've had presentations from Auckland Council, LG&Z's looking at Gisborne, Marlborough District, some of the other unitaries around New Zealand as well. And there's a really good resource, and as I said this morning, and a couple of chief executives have got experience in other parts of the world around that. So that'll be more in percentages rather than actually dollar figures and that sort of thing. And I think the financial side of things, look, my hunch would be doing a lot of reading on the Auckland Council amalgamation. Economies of scales and cost efficiencies will take a period of time because we know all these things are expensive to set up. It'll probably be the gains in any unification of councils will be more around things I was talking about before, like overcoming the cross-boundary issues and bureaucracy and things like that.
Okay, thank you. There's a few more questions, but I'll just do one more. Just in C in the recommendation, it delegates approval of any project-related matter to the CE. What's an example of a project-related matter? And what isn't?
It'll be like if we need to, I need to second someone, if I need to spend a small amount of money, if Gary's team can't do some analysis, those sorts of things. It won't be around any, you know, I'm not going to be sitting there making political decisions or anything like that, or governance decisions. So it's more around just so that within my delegations, which we discussed yesterday, actually then we can actually get on with the project to make sure that we're successful in giving you the best information possible for consideration.
Yeah, okay.
We will circle back round on that if we end up in the Head Start process and if we get some sort of positive nod from the government in September.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I note you might want to ask further questions later. It's important we have a really good run at this today, so do feel welcome to come back, but we'll move to Councillor Moroney.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Lance, a few questions, but the first one is around the recommendation as it stands at the moment. Does that restrict the your project group? Is that the right phrase for it? The EMS group that's been put together. Does it restrict that group to pursuing the 3 proposed models? Because I note that one part of the recommendation talks about pursuing those 3 models. So could you just give us some comment on that?
Are you saying restricting it to only those 3 models?
Yes.
Look, no, but if there's a will of the chamber today where there's another obvious 4th model that you want us to look at, I think maybe that needs to be stated today. Okay. I think we need a little bit of flexibility though, so if discussions and work that's done by councils, and I use the plural across the region, come up with something that's probably looking better than what we've thought about, then why wouldn't you look at those sorts of things? And we'd circle back round to the full complement of elected members too, but it'd be good to have, you know, the 4 elected members to give us that steer. So I think we want to concentrate on those 3, but if there's something else which is quite compelling, then we need the flexibility to actually have a look at that as well.
I just wonder if the recommendation, if we should look at that just to make sure that flexibility's in there. That's probably more a comment than a question. No, I did say I wondered if, didn't I? I did. My next question is around, should we enter into Head Start and it goes to Cabinet on the 9th of August, after the 9th of August, and it's approved, and then due to further work, we had cause to reconsider whether it was workable or not, or for whatever reason, is there an opportunity to pull out of a process once it's been mandated by Cabinet, or is that committing us to that path?
I'd say off the top of my head, there's no legislation at the moment. They're looking for proposals. The answer would be yes, but I think you'd probably have to weigh up how that looks. Are there any risks involved in that? They have said, though, to be fair, the DIA have said that proposals will come in, and I suspect there'll be a whole lot of toing and froing. They'll be looking at them and say, well, you haven't looked at this, you need to look at that, or no, that's really good, those sorts of things. So I think over that 6 or 7 month period, I think there would be a lot of discussion. The other thing would be also, I suspect, is if it's obvious that there's one orphan council that may, and you've got 7 other councils that are in agreement around a proposal, and there's one orphan council where the DIA or the government think, it's pretty obvious they should be involved in that, but they're sort of not a willing partner at that moment, then I think there will be probably some flexibility around that. So, as Mayor Tim said, we haven't even got the guidelines yet. We've all been on the webinars and hearing different things and that sort of stuff. So I think we will probably get more detail as it progresses, which it's not ideal, but I think we just have to make the most of it. So I think there is some wriggle room there.
So your assessment is that there is likely to be the opportunity to pull out at a later date?
Well, I think you could. I don't think anyone's going to go to jail if they did. I just err on the side of caution, just think about what does that look like, what commitment have we made, and government will be looking at a metro like Hamilton, the fastest growing city in New Zealand for the last 3 years. What are we doing? How much leadership are we showing, and are we a trustworthy partner? So I think, and I'm not judging anyone or making any comment on that. I think that's just what you'd have to have in mind if we got to that situation.
Of course, yeah. So in, do we call them clauses? Clause 66 of your report. It says that tight timeframes mean that there is no time for detailed financial analysis or other aspects that would normally inform a business case. Because of that, do you think that in clause 11 we should be adding the risk, where it goes through in the report about the risks are, that a risk could be, because it's not the normal information that we'd have for a business case, that making an ill-informed decision due to time constraints is a significant risk that we should be adding?
Yeah, I think it is a risk, but to your previous question, I think then through that period of time where we can do that further analysis, if that analysis threw out something which, Gary's team have done a lot more work looking at it, and then we go, there's a big financial issue here, I think then you will have that time to be able to A, work that through, and B, make some decisions if that doesn't work. So yes, look, it is a risk. I think most things in local government are dripping with risk, and this is one of them.
Okay.
Can I just add as well that through that detailed phase, we'd be working closely with DIA, or it would be MCERT at that point. So the idea is that we would be working through them through all of that detail, and we would be testing it. So I guess that at some point, they would also be able to reach that conclusion at the same time as us if something was thrown up. And we'd either be able to work through it with them, or that would be a reason potentially for it to change.
Yeah. My questions are more around, because the devil is in the detail,
Yeah.
should the detail provide us collectively around this table enough concern to not want to proceed, whether that's an option at that point? So, and I think I've heard that yes, it should be an option to withdraw. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. With a view to the compressed timeframes, at what point does the pressure to avoid being a backstop council begin influencing us towards structural alignment before the public has been meaningfully informed of the alternatives?
Can you say that again? Sorry, I'm just trying to compute
I
that.
guess what I'm trying to get at is, in our attempts to not have it done to us, not be a backstop council, how can we make sure that we keep the public abreast of what we're doing because we're moving at pace?
Well, I think that's around initially over this 11-week period is that we inform and educate the public, and I mean that with the greatest respect. We'll have limited opportunities to ask for feedback, and Dan's got a few ideas on that, and we've seen some of the stuff that's happening around New Zealand, like online surveys with 6 questions and stuff like that. Look, I think it's going to be limited, but to Councillor Sue's point and also Claire's point, if we get to a preferred option, then we will have time to do a lot more consultation, get that feedback, analyse it, bring it back to you, and every other council in the Waikato region will be able to do that as well. So, look, we all know that then you're not really consulting on a number of options, you're consulting on an option. But you could have put in there your analysis on, you know, and it'll be all transparent about our, like I talked about before, the matrix table about us getting to a preferred option if that's where we head, how we got to that preferred option, and we did that with the EOI, and you know the high level stuff in the end was when it allowed us to synthesise it down to a couple of options and do that work. So look, it's not ideal, and you know we just have to do it in a staged way and do it as best as we can.
Thank you. I'd like to lean into your engagement in the process so far. I feel like we're across it somewhat, you're across it a lot more. So given that depth, what high-level trade-offs and benefits do you think we need to be aware of as we move into the reform process?
I think elected members probably just a couple of things is, and I think it was said before by a couple of other elected members, is keep in the back of your heads what's best for our residents, what's best for the economy, what's best for our relationships with government. And the other thing I'd say is also have in your head what's best for the region. And I don't want to sound condescending or anything or political, but this is a once in a generational chance to actually look at doing something with local government, because I think most people have felt that 78 councils around New Zealand probably isn't as efficient as it could be, you know, as far as cost and duplication and all those sorts of things. I'm not sure if I've answered your question fully though. I think I've answered it partly. Yeah, so that's what I'd say is bear that in your mind as you go through this. And my view, use the 80-20 rule or the 90-10, because if we look for perfection in this, it's going to be difficult in the time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liu, please.
My question is, what protections would Hamilton seek to ensure that our city's gross demand and the ratepayers' contribution to growth so far are fairly recognized in future structure?
I think it's what I talked about before, Councillor Leo, was that conversation we'll have over the next week or so is about what does success look like to Hamilton City Council with this opportunity that's arisen, and you know, even though it's a short time frame. So I think if we can all get that on the table, then you know, if one of them's about managing growth in a prudent way, allowing growth, and that'll, there'll be some political trade-offs on that as well. I think that's the time to make sure if you get your set of principles right, then that will guide our decision-making as we go forward. So I would say that's the time to do it. So it's really get the vision, get the principles in place, and then that'll help guide our thinking going forward when we get into the empirical information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Niha.
Yeah, Tim. Tēnā kōrua. I have a couple of questions. You've signalled in your report that central government simplifying local government reform program signals a fundamental shift in the structure of local government in New Zealand. Therefore, after recently having completed a national referendum, shouldn't Kirikiriroa Māori wards be included in this report, as they are now embedded in our HCC structure? And if not, why not?
I think, Councillor Robbie, I think what we do is have the opportunity, and DIA have said this to us when we sort of started peeling the layers of the onion back, in your proposal that you put forward, and talking to Donna and Tuku from Tainui this morning was, you know, what is our position on Māori representation? Because we're going to have to talk about governance and, you know, how many councillors there are and wards and all that sort of stuff. DIA said that's your opportunity to put the detail in the proposal that your council wants. Now, the interesting thing is, if we're going to partner up with other councils, we all know what happened at the other councils with the referendums last year. So, so I think and that's why we wanted to make sure that we have Waikato Tainui in that discussion from the start rather than sort of at the end of some process, so that we can design a process where that matter is actually discussed fully. So I would throw that back to elected members about those success factors and principles that I talked about before. That's where that conversation needs to happen.
In your opinion, are our Kirikiriroa Māori wards and Māngai Māori under threat?
I don't normally give opinions. I would say I think it's a matter that needs to be discussed fully, and that's a matter which elected members need to give guidance on. It's a bit hard to answer it because we don't have a lot of detail. We've sort of, and as Mayor Tim said, if these guidelines that we're getting from government, I think we need to interrogate those guidelines when we get them in the next 3 or 4 days. So, look, I would say it'll be a discussion nationally once again, and right across, because there's going to be a lot of Head Start proposals going to central government, and it might depend on who the government of the day is as well.
This may be also for our working group that's been formed, but I'll pick up on what you said, that we're potentially likely to amalgamate with councils whose, as you said, Lance, constituencies did not vote for Māori wards. Is this a potential sticking point for our Māori wards?
We haven't heard anything to that effect so far, the conversations that Mayor Tim and I have had, but I think it's something that needs to be on the agenda for those discussions. So, and I know Waipa District Council they started off with a principled approach, and that discussion was in there as well. So I couldn't tell you what's happened at other councils, but definitely needs to be on the table.
Last question, Chief. Regarding our working group of 4, and I'm not sure if this is for you, or 5, including yourself, is our working group likely to be supporting our Kirikiriroa Māori wards that our city voters have supported?
I'll have to turn that over to the 4.
As the Chief Executive has noted, we don't yet have the template. There is a whole lot we don't know. We simply don't have the ability at this stage to indicate how other councils might look at it. I can say that no other council has yet expressed concern over this question to us. I know that's not the same. I do note that one of the 4 representatives on the group will be Councillor Huata, so I'm sure that she would be able to express a view very clearly and strongly on that matter. It's an open matter. I simply couldn't predetermine how it might be determined. As Lance has said, we're sort of being asked to give an opinion on something that we don't have sufficient detail on yet. But we understand that that's of concern to a large number of our people, and we will continue our discussions with Waikato Tainui and all the iwi throughout the region, because there are 6, to try to ensure that these sorts of details are considered at the appropriate time. But at the moment, there isn't enough. It's a skeleton. We don't yet have enough specific proposal to look at. So I understand your concern. It's just a difficult one to answer without that extra detail at this point.
Gilda.
Bear in mind, we're not instigating this. We have to respond, and not responding is not an option for us. How we respond is obviously for us to determine, but we respond, we must. Councillor Corrales, please.
McIndoe, thank you, Lance, for the report and also for your comments today. I'm supportive of the direction of travel, but I do have a few questions, and one is in relation to the risks. And we've got failure to maintain trust and confidence of stakeholders. And I think I guess I wonder whether there's scope to specifically include, our residents, or are they considered? I think the residents of Hamilton need to be front and centre and taking them on the journey. And so I do actually think, can we include them? Is the question.
Well, absolutely, and I think as I alluded to before, and carrying on from Councillor Robbie's questions,
yes.
Obviously we need to have the conversation with iwi. We've already touched base with the Chamber of Commerce, business. We probably need to look at sort of the stakeholder sets, and I think when we get the group together, we can of elected members, we can actually tease out what are those stakeholder sets. But you're dead right. The biggest stakeholder set is our residents, our ratepayers, our community.
Yes.
I think the trick is how do we take them on the journey, within that first narrow time frame, but after that in a more comprehensive way.
Yes.
And there will be the usual ways of using social media and surveys and having meetings and discussions and things like that. And I think, the councillor sessions you've had out in the public, I noticed Tararua District Council have been doing that. They're doing that for this conversation, but obviously their community's a lot smaller than ours. So, so all of those methods, and the other thing is, just making sure that we are cognizant of what the Local Government Act says on consultation as well.
Yes. I would appreciate that, because I think community need to know that they are front and centre, specifically mentioned at iwi and Māori, so yeah. The next question is, and this is probably for Dan, and it is around the comms approach. I would like to understand more about this. Who is the approach directed at? Is it EMs, is it staff, is it residents, is it other councils, or will it be comprehensive? And yes, thank you, Dan.
It will be all of those, so there will definitely be an internal comms component. EMs will be updated regularly. As Lance said, there are appointments in the calendars for regular updates, and then there will be community communication as well.
Yes, and just on that, so Lance used the statement, inform and educate the public. I guess I appreciate the tight time frame. I would like to understand what thought has been given to options for community input at an early stage, what has been considered, what is still in consideration, what may have been ruled out, because any opportunity, that's the question.
The constraints on the timing mean that we wouldn't be able to do community engagement and consultation in the typical careful and fully informed and considered way that we usually do. for consultation that council runs, we usually allow 1 month for the community to provide feedback. We know that our residents are time poor, and so we give them that time to be able to send their feedback through. That's because that's what the special consultative procedure allows for, and we think that if we're going to be asking about one thing under special consultative procedure, we should allow the same timeframes for every consultation that we do. We won't be able to do it for a month before 9 August. We also typically allow submitters to make free text comments that we would then analyse and report back to elected members on. You know, the opportunities to be able to do that are going to be limited within the time frame. So those are the trade-offs that we're working under in terms of the time that we allow for people to submit and the types of questions that we ask. But those are nothing has been ruled out beyond we can't do our usual consultation timeframes.
And what are you seeing in terms of innovative approaches that other councils might be exploring in this space?
Well, I guess the innovation is around timeframes, so other councils are crunching up the amount of time that they're giving their residents to be able to submit.
They're doing online surveys and things like that, and they're doing them in a way where the feedback can be gathered up, and I noticed one has got a lot of free text, and I think good luck on a small council doing that. It's quite a small rural council. But some of the bigger ones are just realising that they could get quite a bit of feedback. You know, if they get thousands, then they can actually push the button and it spits out the results reasonably easily that they can feed back to their elected members. So that's what we're looking at. And then we'll work that through with the working party if that gets established, just so that they're comfortable with that, because we want to make sure that elected members are comfortable with it rather than us just making some unilateral decisions. And,
and last question is, and this is hard to answer, but or not, how do we mitigate against the risk of doing a consultation once we've landed on a preferred option and then not having the appetite to kind of reverse all the work that we've done to get to that point, especially if the feedback from our residents is a hard no? How do we mitigate the risk of that as we move through this process?
Are you asking about consultation that would take place after the 9th of August, or?
Yes, I think that the danger is if we don't do enough early, attempt anything early, that we get to a point where decisions have been made, we go out for consultation, and you know that we then are locked in on that and less likely or willing to change whatever the community say. Partnerships have been established, we've invested a lot of resource and time. How do we, this is a genuine question, I'm not trying to trip you up.
That's fair. The scope of the consultation after 9 August will be important. There will be some things that may have been decided by then that community input cannot influence or change, and so what we ask will need to be closely connected to the scope of the decisions that you guys can make.
Okay, thank you.
That will be a challenge. If you ever, I'll be really honest, if you have a preferred option, and then you get 95% of the population doesn't like it, then that's where we need, we'll have to decide what we're going to do around that. Which I think all CEs around New Zealand, we've had a chat about that, and but I think, as Dan said, I think the quality of our education and engagement and using good information, my experience here is that can be very helpful. I'm not saying we're trying to manipulate people's views or anything, but it's just about so that people can be more informed around forming their opinions, and I think that's really important.
Lestrange, please.
Councillor Huata as well, you have seen her hand?
She is next on the list, but thank you.
No, all good. Yeah, first question is about the water entities. If we chose option 2 or 3, then you got water entities working across different territorials. Do you see any issue with that, or would we recommend a potential merge of the water entities or anything along those lines?
Look, I think there's going to be some pragmatism in this around, and you sort of think of the sequencing of these reforms, probably not perfect, and has left us in, and probably other regions in those situations too. I think we would, I think we'd have to address that when we come to it. And look, for example, if you had if it was ended up being a regional unitary throughout the whole region, we've got 2 water entities and we've got Thames Coromandel doing their own thing. So it wouldn't be the end of the world that they continued for a wee while until the mother organisation got bedded in. Yeah, look, it's not perfect, but I think we'd have to have a look at that, and there'd probably be some logical pragmatism that comes into that going forward.
In terms of Thames Coromandel, have they indicated that they, but basically they're engaging with the Waikato councils, aren't they, at the moment? Are they also engaging with the Bay of Plenty councils, do you know?
Correct. They're going for an option they've coined as pace setter, which is not head start, it's not backstop, but they are keeping their options open, and they wanted to spend more time developing those options and then hopefully put a proposal to government in March next year. Yeah, so that's all I know at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, because I guess what I'm alluding to is, the option of them looking east rather than west. So obviously they're looking at that. Option 1 versus 3. So 3 being the wider Waikato region. At an anecdotal level or high level, based on your experience, would you likely see more cost savings for the ratepayers in the Waikato region if it was a Waikato region wide rather than just 2 councils or 3?
I'd just like to park that question up until we've done the work and actually come back with the empirical information. So all that data's been gathered. I've got an open mind, and you can sort of sometimes jump to conclusions, but I'm a person who likes some good data to actually have a look at, and I'd implore elected members to do that as well, because you might find some of the information is surprising one way or the other.
Final question. In terms of the Waikato Regional Council, what are they basing their view of a Waikato-wide unitary on?
I think they're concerned about the splitting up of the regional functions, like catchment management, biosecurity, some of those ones that, they got big expenditure items in there, and there's the irony is if you start having, say, 3 unitaries across the Waikato region and you split up the regional council functions, I'm not sure if that's simplifying local government or complicating it and causing some risks, especially when we start looking at civil defence, emergency management. We start looking at all the climatic events we're having. Catchment management is a very, very important part of their functions, which we need to make sure that, and that's part of the government's criteria, that we actually make sure that those risks don't eventuate.
Thank you.
Huata, please.
Kia ora, 3 questions. Question 1 relating to page 138, number 43. Has Waikato Tainui indicated their thoughts about the 3 proposed models, and do they have a preference?
Not yet, Councillor Maria. That was briefly discussed in our hui with them this morning, but we said to CE Donna that our team will be liaising with her people in a more fulsome discussion in the next week or so. I think that'll get teased out then, and they'll be giving their views on that.
Kapai, thank you. Page 39, number 59, around the key dates. What are the implications for our current governance structure? Should we go ahead with Head Start? The proposal implementation will take place in May 2028 before local government elections in October.
My understanding is that there'd be a new governance structure for the elections at that local government election in October 28. My hunch would be putting an organisation together in that time would be challenging, and you'd probably have minimum viable product on day one organisationally. So I think there'd be some pragmatism in that going forward. So I hope that's answered your question.
Yep, awesome. Final question. Is a party that's going to be hugely affected by any proposal implementation, i.e. our staff, will there be a targeted staff consultation?
So we'll, in any change process, we make sure that we have regular communications with people, and there's a process called ADCAR, which is an acronym for 7 actions that you take. We follow that process, which is internationally renowned. We'll keep staff up to date. I've given the staff an undertaking that one of my key things is to make sure that staff aren't forgotten in this. I've not only from a personal level, but I think we need to be careful that the sector doesn't lose really good people through the uncertainty and of change coming up and that sort of thing. So we'll definitely communicate with them. We'll listen to them. Staff are already coming up with some good ideas, actually. I've got some people sending me maps and governance structures and things like that already. So, so all of that will be put into the mix.
Oh, thank you, Lars. That covers my last question on how we're going to be taking care of our staff through this process. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I'm seeking some clarification, firstly, Dan, just in regard to the consultation communication approach, because the paper recommends that the time frame before the deadline is too short for consultation, and then but then the discussion I was listening to, I was trying to work out, were we still planning on doing some form of survey or questionnaire or something before that deadline? It was just felt like unclear.
That is an option, but you're right about what the staff paper does say. So we would need some direction from elected members to delegate consultation to the working group.
Right, and at this stage that's delegated to them to consider that, and then...
Well, this item was actually written, things have moved on a bit since it was written.
Right.
So I've had a bit of feedback from elected members. Tim and I have been talking to elected members from all over the region, to be honest, the last couple of weeks, and people have moved on. Some of you have given your views on that. So what we wanted to do was just sit down, we've got a meeting tomorrow morning, just sit down with the working group if that's approved today, and actually work that through, and then go from there. So I'm sort of semi-heartened by some of the stuff I've seen coming out of other councils. And Dan also think there's some risks in some of those approaches as well. Like we all know if you go out with an engagement process and you get it wrong, then you're on the back foot for the rest of the period. So we don't want to do that. So I think we need to give it a bit more thought.
Okay, so but for absolute clarification then, that discussion will then sit with that working group, and they
we'll
will
inform the rest of the elected members.
Inform the
Yep.
yeah. Okay, Happy with that. And that was just in regards to retaining local voice. I assume that will be one of our principles. But do you see with a unitary there are options for us to actually have meaningful, genuine local decision making within such a large region?
Look, as I said before, any of these entities, the government's basically said the Waikato can't have more than 3 unitaries, and preferably 1. So they will be bigger. And my view is that the trick is how do you design an entity so that you do get that local voice. And I think you can learn from Auckland, the good, bad and the ugly from that. You can learn from other areas, and I think we need to get the best minds to put that in the mix. And if I'm honest, it probably won't be perfect, but how do we grab those learnings and then actually, I think we've got a real opportunity to design something that's different and better than maybe what's happened in other unitaries. So I think there's an opportunity there.
Okay, thank you.
And also, Councillor O'Leary indicated at the beginning she might have more. Are you likely to want to ask more? Or? No, I think okay, I'll come to Councillor Moroney then. And also, sorry, if I could just say, I am aware of the fact that a number of you also have an important question, and that is about the lunch break. I'm mindful of that if we go to debate and everybody speaks for the full 2 minutes, that'll take us beyond 1:30. Can I just have a show of hands just to get a sense, who would prefer that we go to the lunch break after the questions? Who would prefer to stay for the debate? And who doesn't have an opinion? That's not a very clear expression of opinion.
I ain't bothered.
Well, I beg your pardon? Okay, I think the Chief Executive needs to go to Specsavers, but I'm sorry, Councillor Moroney. Sorry, can we just have order? We'll take Councillor Moroney's question, and I'm going to try to get a sense of...
Okay, so we haven't made a decision about lunch?
Well...
Mine, I think, is a pretty quick question.
Yep.
So it comes off the back of Councillor Huata's question around the process with staff consultation. I would imagine, but I'm really asking the question, am I correct that there would be management of change requirements in the collective employment agreements that need to be adhered to throughout this process? And if that is, so that's my first question. The second one off the back of that is, if so, when would that, do you see that happening this side of the 9th of August? Or, where do you see as the correct place of that process for such a management of change process to be rolled out?
The answer to your first question is yes. And then I do a CE at 3 every Monday and talk to staff for a quarter of an hour, so they're as up to date as you guys are. So, and then we have quarter of a cuppa, which is on our intranet, so the staff are getting communicated with. I don't think you can, and we have a internal change and communications team, and they would work with staff on that. So the staff will be well informed as we go through this. We can't start getting into, like we did with EOI around transfers and things like that, because we don't even know where we're going yet. But I think we will field ideas from them, those sorts of things. There's a whole lot of learnings from the Auckland transition. My view is that you probably have to set up a transition team or agency or something like that. Probably not to the scale that Auckland had, but because these are big processes, and don't kid yourself how much goes into it. So there'll be stages to it, and we're well versed in the stages, and the EOI changes given us a lot of learnings, and also I think we've done a good job on that with staff.
Yeah, I guess my question was more specifically around when the official, quite structured process of management of change is triggered in your view.
That probably will be early 2028.
Oh, okay, so as the
So this
organisational
organisation,
changes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
is,
yeah,
okay.
and then you get into a mapping exercise. So it depends what sort of, unitary is going to be set up. Is it the whole region? Is it, the future-proof councils? What is it? So, and then what will happen is then you start designing an organisation like they did in Auckland. They start off with a CEO and some GMs and et cetera, et cetera. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Those have been very good questions. I do want to just get a sense of your preference about whether we go straight into debate or not, so I'm going to ask each of you to give me an indication. Those of you who would like to go to lunch now, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A clear majority wish to have a lunch adjournment, so we will adjourn for 45 minutes. Could we resume, please, we'll make it 8 minutes to 2. Thank you. Councillor is online. Maria's online. Members, yes, she is. Members, I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. We move now into debate on item number 10, the local government reform, following the presentation from the Chief Executive before lunch and the questions. Thank you for the very detailed questions. I will be moving the motion, and I understand the Deputy Mayor will second it. So I know there are a couple of people still missing, but I think we will get underway. Excuse me. I beg your pardon?
The amendment, when does that get moved? Now?
If you'd like to put, yes, if you'd like to put forward your amendment before we go into debate, that's fine.
The seconder is not here.
Is it?
Councillor Bidder.
Is it Councillor Anna?
Ah, Bidder, actually.
Oh, because he's going away for, yeah.
Ah,
I think somebody else had indicated that they might do that for you, though.
okay.
You haven't discussed it with anyone else?
No, I haven't. I didn't realise that Andrew wasn't going to be here.
Perhaps if you read out what the amendment would be, and then we'll see if you've got a seconder.
Okay. Gosh, let me get it. Yeah, but he's not here.
I'm happy to second if you need.
Okay, cool, okay. Sorry, I'll just get it in front of me, Chair.
I think it's now on the screen. Is that-
It's on the screen, thank you. Thank you. Well, I'll move then amendment to the staff recommendation in UB4, as noted on the screen. And I think, Anna, are you agreeing to second that?
Has she signalled her
She
agreement?
missed it.
She's reading it.
Yes, if I'm happy to present that, yeah, if I get an opportunity to, yeah.
Sorry, does that mean not supported by government or by councillors?
That means by councillors.
Oh, by
Yes,
councillors,
yes,
yeah.
yes, by councillors.
And today or when they come back, sort of?
Yep.
We should probably formalise this a bit because we've had a lot of questions now to the substantive motion. I think we'll formally take questions to the mover of the amendment.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
I invite you to raise the question, but I just think we need to do it in a more formal way.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Strange.
So the first question is the aspect around not be supported. Are you talking about today, or are you talking about when they potentially come back to us at a later date?
So what I'm attempting to do is provide an option to the, what are we calling it, the working group? That as the ground shifts and moves in this discussion, that they have the option to consider going back to the original proposal from the Waikato Mayoral Forum. That would, so not being supported is not being supported by the region, because in order for that to be pursued, it would need to be the region that would need to say that they want to do something different. So what I'm attempting to do is not restrict the working group to those three proposals if they find that they're untenable. Yes. And my clear preference is that if we can, in the next 11 weeks, get a good proposal that we are all feeling comfortable with, kei te pai, let's do that. Yeah. But in the event, which I think there is some prospect of, given all of the unknowns and given the moving ground that is occurring under this, to not discount going back to that original, I think, well thought through proposal from the Waikato Mayoral Forum. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does, thank you. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you. the proposal that was discussed at the Waikato Mayoral Forum, I'm just trying to get my head around what that was. What was that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did think that the link was linked and it wasn't. So that was the proposal to go through a 4-phase process.
18-month thing?
Yes, that's correct.
But wasn't that superseded by the government's announcement of the 3-month, the August 9th, I was going to say fast track, Head Start?
Head Start.
Yeah.
Only if we choose it to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would the impact of doing this mean that we would effectively be doing a backstop on August the 9th?
No, I don't believe so. My intention is that we would take that forward as the Head Start proposal from the region, if the region was of that mind.
If all of the other attempts fail.
That's right, if all of the other attempts fail.
It is like our backstop, not the government's backstop.
It's not the government's backstop, no.
But hang on, wouldn't we be saying we're not sticking to your timeframes and your terms, we're doing an 18... Go away. We're doing an 18-month thing. So we would be saying we're submitting this, but it's on our own timeframe.
Yes, that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that we're saying we're committed to change in this space, but we want to, and here are the parties we want to work with around that change, and we need to give it some more thought. We want to do it on a different time frame.
Okay.
Councillor O'Leary.
Is that, to Councillor Moroney, is that all stages from that report? So stage 1 right through to 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Even though it's not going to work for the current timeline? Okay, yeah.
Well, for the current timeline, but I would say that the ground is shifting. Can't say it is shift. The ground may shift.
Yeah.
As discussions continue, and it's simply providing an option. It's not requiring us to do this. It's saying, should the models outlined in the earlier part of the recommendation not be supported by the region, then that doesn't mean we have to automatically become a backstop council. We could be a head start under more of our own terms council.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Would it just, to make it less rigid, but to say, for example, that it comes to a situation you described, could we say the addition of a proposal similar to that discussed at the Waikato Mayoral Forum, and then it encapsulates the general, the process of looking at function, then form, but then we don't necessarily need to adhere to the original timeframes and things.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that suggestion. I'm really happy to add that to the amendment, to change that in the amendment.
Of a proposal.
Yeah, the idea is to give a bit more flexibility as we move forward in this, given that there are so many unknowns still, and even more of it should be known by the end of the month, which is within a matter of days. And then I expect there will be more discussion again.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Corrales?
Yeah. I understand the intent. My question is that to the exclusion of anything else, any other model that we might want to consider with the benefit of the information and the understandings and insights that have been gathered through the conversations that the team and the elected member working group may have had? Because it seems potentially preemptive. But I do, understand.
No, that's not the impact of the amendment that I'm proposing. It was, though, the subject of the question that I was asking the Chief Executive earlier about the earlier part of the recommendation, which does give the staff, the cross-council project team, the authority to progress the models outlined in the staff report in more detail. And I did wonder whether that was too narrow.
Yes, and I wonder whether, and this is the question, whether your intent might be more appropriately addressed through flexibility, because I think that's what you raised in question time, was around ensuring flexibility for that team to examine things other than the three. And I'm noting that because the future urban piece isn't one of those three options. That's my...
Yeah, look, it's not. Look, broadening that out is not the purpose of my amendment, but that might be the purpose of someone else's amendment, which I would really happily support.
Any further questions? Deputy Mayor Taylor.
I'm just a question to the CE. Can you give I'm just trying to get a feel for how that might be received.
It doesn't fit what they're asking for at the moment. This is similar to Thames Coromendel's pace setter proposal, where they're basically saying they put in a proposal by August the 9th saying that we're not again, we're open to amalgamation, we're looking at options, we're going to spend some time to develop it, and then we'll put something forward early next year, and please consider it. Now, then you're at the whims of DIA whether they accept that or not, or put that in front of Cabinet and everything that goes with that. So, look, there's some risk to it, but I think Councillor Moroney's explained, probably the upside to it as well. So
can I just also add to that, that this is if we're facing down the barrel of not being a Head Start council or not, this is an option to pursue for Head Start without saying, well, we tried and we failed in 3 months because the models that we were trying to progress didn't work. So it's trying to provide an additional option to not land ourselves necessarily in backstop. Although I know some people will have a view that the government will look at this and say that means that we are in backstop. But if we get 2.4 in this recommendation, we're already there, because it will only get to 0.4 if trying to progress those other models have failed.
I hear what you're saying, but we're actually now getting into debate. So
okay,
we do just need to ensure that if there are further questions, but please can we keep to answers. Councillor Pike?
I think Councillor Mead was first.
Councillor Mead?
Lance, just a question from, I know the speed of this has come together. Last week we spoke about potentially 4 options. There's 3 in here. Is that fourth one still on the map potentially?
Still an option, but the thing that we'll talk to the working group and councillors over the next wee while is you've got to be realistic about the rules of the game here.
Yep.
And to Councillor Sue's point, the rules sort of, they could change, who knows. So, but anyway, the rules as we know them at the moment, you actually need some willing partners. And the one thing I would caution you on is getting gazumped by others. So if you get 3 or 4 councils that have the population size, and there's more than 2 of them, and we go backstop, then we might get told what to do and have no option to negotiate and develop something further. So that's the risk I was talking about.
Okay.
But there is a whole lot of uncertainty, which is a fair point.
Thank you.
Councillor Pike.
I just wanted to test with it's probably a question for Lance again, that flexibility with the working group, and if you believe there's limitations that in how the motion is, or the staff recommendation is currently, that if we hit a roadblock that we wouldn't have those sorts of options.
Can I say what I understand at the moment is that if you're going to be in Head Start, they want a definitive proposal, not 3 proposals, not 4, not something in the future. They want to know what is your proposal and how is it going to match their 5 criteria. And talking to DIA officials, they're saying the minister will go, sorry, see you later, and try again or go away, and you're in backstop. So that's what I know at the moment. Now, whether that changes or not, I don't know, but
I guess I'm more talking about that formation stage where they're testing ideas with staff, and as they're floated with elected members, there's differing views or a view that none of the 3 options would work, that there wouldn't be that flexibility to then float other ones.
I think you might want to give direction on that now. And look, you could come up with 20 permutations, but I think the 3 in there are the realistic ones, if I'm honest. The other one might be the Metro Hamilton area, but I don't think we'll get support from Waikato and Waipa on that, because it's carving off parts of their areas, and both of those councils are keen for their current constituent area to amalgamate with other full constituent areas. But to be fair, neither of those 2 councils have a council resolution to that effect. They're discussions from workshops. So this is the whole state of flux we're sort of working in. So.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to test the intent of the amendment, and that was a limitation in the staff recommendation or not.
If you wanted to allow the working group to look at other models, I'd be changing the words in B Roman numerals 1, progressing the models outlined in the staff report and any other viable proposals that emerge before August the 9th or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the intent of Councillor Sue's amendment.
It's not, but it is also something that I would support. I think it's, I don't think it's instead of, but it adds to it, yeah.
So you would consider that as an alternative?
No, not as an alternative, but I would support it as a further amendment, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Corellis?
Sorry,
can I, apologies. Just want to point out we are talking questions relating to the proposed amendment.
Yes.
Here. So please keep.
So this is a question for the CE. In the event that we get to that point and that is not suitable for whatever reasons you've learned along the way, is there the opportunity for you to come back to elected members to bring it back to us for further discussion?
You mean Councillor Sue's one or
Yes,
our other 3?
Yes, because it's quite prescriptive. It's locking us into something. If we get to that point, I guess I want to be reassured. Can you provide assurance that if it's not suitable for whatever reason at that point in time, that the matter will be referred back to council for further discussion?
Correct. So if we I'll use the we go through those 3 options, whether it's 3 or 4, and then we can't get agreement or for whatever reason we don't like any of them, then we would probably fail to put in a Head Start proposal. And then Councillor Sue's amendment is what could prevail if that's what we wanted to do, is then we're sort of in backstop, but you wouldn't stop doing work on this, you'd continue. So I'll probably confuse you further.
Sorry, I don't mean to confuse you, but if there were aspects of what was proposed in the Waikato Mayoral Forum proposal that were no longer suitable for whatever reason, that would come back to us, or that would be adapted to accommodate where you've got into in your discussions in the meantime.
So we'll be doing the Waikato Mayoral proposal, that process, instead of 18 months, we'll be doing it in 36 days. but it won't be as robust, because we will be giving you a whole lot of analysis, and because it was looking at functions and form and those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So it's sort of like, it's the Waikato Mayoral Forum on speed.
Yes, yeah.
Unappealing prospect. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
So, look, sorry to belabour this, but it's come from a comment that Lance made, and it relates to our motion. Just does our motion, do these recommendations as they stand in the motion preclude the working group from looking at other options apart from the three that you mentioned? Because that was not my understanding, and I don't see why that would be the case.
Because B1 says progressing the models outlined in the staff report in more detail, and there's only three models.
Okay, well, it's just,
Yeah.
okay, well, in that case...
So those words I said before, yeah, progressing the models outlined in the staff report or other viable models that might emerge.
Yep. I couldn't support this
staff
unless that
recommendation.
wording is in there,
Yeah.
because I don't want to or other model, because my understand this report was formulated a couple of weeks ago, and a lot has happened since, or stuff has happened. I would like the ability to look at other options.
Be amended to B1. Can I just ask the mover of B4 whether that would satisfy her, or does she still want to keep B4 there as well? Keep B4 there as well.
Amendment.
All right, okay. So if we can just...
Can I be helpful or not? Progressing the models outlined in the staff report first, and then any other models. Because otherwise, then it's this wide again. But you don't. But I agree with what Deputy Mayor's concern is. You don't want to just be constrained to the three.
Yeah. Depending on how things progress.
Yeah, first, and then first.
Yeah.
We've got to give staff clear direction. Yeah.
First.
Yeah, progressing the
I'm
models
not moving
outlined
it.
in the staff
Deputy
report
Mayor is.
first in more detail,
Without
then any other
precluding
proposed
And
models.
then say without precluding
If
other
required.
proposed models if required.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all doing,
Precluding means you're keeping it.
yeah, in more
Okay.
detail, yeah,
So
first
that-
in more detail.
We have it, it's now looking a little bit untidy because at the
Well,
top
yeah,
of where it says amendment, it's moved by councillor Moroney, seconded by councillor
If
Casey
required,
Cox,
it's
but
fine.
we now have 4, which is moved by the Deputy Mayor, and
Still the amendment.
so how do we indicate that 2 different amendments have been put forward by different councillors?
Yeah, the changes are to the first motion, not councillor Moroney's.
Yeah.
So it will match both of them.
No, councillor Moroney doesn't want hers amended with the words that I
Yeah.
came up with.
That's right, so councillor Moroney wants to keep B4, which is...
Here.
And what I'm trying to say is we've got 2 different councillors moving B4 from those. At the moment, we don't have a mover, so we don't have a seconder, but we'll presumably find one if we need to for the Deputy Mayor's B1. I'm turning into Sir Humphrey here.
Progressing the models outlined in the staff report first in more detail without precluding other, well,
Does
that's
the
not...
Deputy
that's
Mayor
very-
have a seconder for his proposed amendment in B1?
Oh, yes.
Councillor O'Leary. Okay, so that's now
Although the English
up
is
for
not great.
discussion. Can I, pardon?
First in more detail without precluding other proposed
No,
models.
no, I'm moving the substantive
We
motion.
don't need, you would just have to accept the changes.
Yeah, you don't need.
This
Well,
is
so,
training
well, I'm
wheels
just
for
trying
LTP.
All right, well, I'm just trying to figure out how it differs from... becoming the mover, and the Deputy Mayor is becoming the seconder of the substantive motion, which includes B1, and in addition to that, we have a proposed amendment from Councillor Moroney and Councillor Casey Cox, which is B4. Is that as clear as it possibly can be? We are going to move into debate. You have a question?
Yeah. Is the word proposed necessary for that second amendment? Because...
We can take that out.
Yeah,
It
I
should-
just,
It should say without precluding other models
Other
if
models.
required.
Yes.
We're just copying from multiple locations and it will.
If the mover and seconder are happy with that.
I'm keen on without precluding. Yeah.
And should we lose the capital M? It's on one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think we are ready to go.
Add a capital M to the other one.
Thank you. Let's get on with the debate because we still have quite a few items of business.
I'm happy to, if the seconder is, to withdraw my amendment.
Well,
Okay. Just take it, just take it.
could I
just take it.
say, messy as it has seemed, it's actually led to a good outcome. So thank you. So we now have a substantive motion, slightly amended in the names of myself and the Deputy Mayor. Racing this time, we're going to get into it.
We're going to match it. If you please could give us a chance to update it to match what is below, but that is what is being debated.
Very good. Members, this exercise has been called Simplifying Local Government. And if the last couple of minutes have been anything to go by, it just demonstrates that it's anything but simple, and what a frenetic start we've had to the year. But I am serious about wanting to remind everybody that it's all about simplifying local government. It's about ensuring that things can happen, as was described earlier, faster, more efficiently, more cost effectively, and that is across a whole range of services that we deliver. It is obviously important that we have data-driven, evidence-based information to work on as we consider the different proposals, because throughout our region we have territorial authorities of different sizes, different shapes, different interests, rural, provincial, urban, we all have different infrastructure needs and so on. So it is really important that we work collaboratively together, and this is about ensuring we do that, and I again acknowledge the Chief Executive and the forum that he leads for the considerable body of work that they are doing. Our ratepayers want affordable rates, better services, cheaper services. That's really what's of interest to them. We must obviously listen to the Regional Council because the functions that they undertake at the moment have to be implemented into this proposal, and they operate in a very different sphere. We need to ensure that we take them on board. I am optimistic that we can reach a good outcome through this process. But I'd remind us all that perfect is the enemy of the good. And particularly given the time frame that we are operating within, I think we need to be bold enough to move forward to try to ensure that we are reaching agreement broadly on the principles. And I make the point, we don't have the template yet from the government, and it is clear that we will not need to dot every I and cross every T in the proposal that we put forward by the 9th of August. What we do need to ensure is that once we do, we give plenty of opportunity for our community to be fully consulted. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I am broadly in favour of the fast option. In terms of us being able to, lead the way in terms of our own destiny. In terms of the other three options, I look forward to hearing back on those options and other potential options. I'm particularly interested in the potential economies of scale we can get through amalgamation. Like if you look at EY as an example, I believe EY is an improvement on what we had, but still doesn't quite get to that large scale where we can see some real cost savings for our ratepayers. So I'm probably broadly thinking larger than smaller. However, I do acknowledge the fact that there are very different issues between urban and rural areas of the Waikato region. So yeah, I particularly look forward to seeing the financial analysis around that. I know it's going to be difficult to really nail down what the cost savings would be. So I know it's going to be slightly anecdotal as well, but I certainly look forward to hearing that. I thank the 4 members from this council in advance for the work that they'll be doing, along with the Chief Executive and other staff, and look forward to keeping in constant communication with those 4 as they work through this process. I am interested to see what happens with Thames Coromandel, whether they go west or whether they go east. I sort of just, wonder whether they're a little bit more suited to moving to the east, but that's a decision for them, not me. But I'll obviously watch with interest on that one as we work through this process. Also, pleased that we're engaged with Waikato Tainui, and particularly in terms of our Māori ward councillors and the referendum that was held here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I think we are sitting in amongst a fairly uncomfortable reality. The time frame and structure of the process is not neutral. The pressure to avoid a backstop outcome, combined with the pace at which we are expected to move, inevitably begins shaping behaviour and narrowing the field of options before communities have had much opportunity to understand the implications and the trade-offs that will affect them for a long time. While participation in the Head Start pathway is framed as entering a process, in practice, these kinds of processes create momentum and alignment pressure. Partnerships are created, resources are allocated, and things get moving, and maintaining control over how we navigate through that remains paramount. At the same time, I also accept the reality that reform is moving regardless, and we risk having less influence over the outcomes if we position ourselves outside of those discussions. So I don't see this as a binary choice between enthusiastic support or outright opposition. I see this as more about navigating a constrained environment with intention, remaining actively involved so we retain our influence, and being conscious that participation itself can begin shaping outcomes long before the public feels they're across it. However, with the context of what we've discussed today, I will support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. As elected members of Hamilton City, our responsibility is first and foremost to the people we represent and the long-term well-being of the city. We sit within a democratic system that requires us not only to make decisions, but to ensure those decisions are informed by the voices, expectations and lived experiences of our communities, both past and future. The Head Start program, with a less than a 3-month proposal program, represents a significant moment for us. While I recognise the intent to accelerate progress and respond to pressing challenges, Hamilton is not a small player. We're the major city in this regional system, and the scale and complexity of our growth, infrastructure needs and community aspirations require a full and thoughtful approach. My biggest concern is what backstop is and what we could get landed with if we don't. In that context, it's essential that we actively heed the wants and thoughts of our city. We cannot lose sight of that responsibility in the face of tight timelines. The trade-offs are many, and we've been mentioned as becoming the 3rd biggest city in the country. And there's a direct chance that we may end up a large city in the middle of a huge region, or a large region with a big city in it, and it has to be made to work. I know there are many outcomes being explored in the inclusion of the RMA, the regional makeup and the long-term outcomes that deliver Hamilton, just as mentioned in the last debate. What is the identity that we as a city want to portray to the country and the world? They are very important to us. We are in a place where there are many risks. The challenge will be identifying them, ranking them, and looking at what can be mitigated, and then focus on what good outcomes we can find and establish. Our city needs decisions that reflect its ambition, its diversity, and its future potential. Therefore, I'll support Head Start, but with some trepidation, when the backstop is an unknown and we try to control our position early. But rest assured, I think this is not the end of the process of change that we'll see today and every day for the next whatever days are left.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Why are we doing this? Because the government's told us we have to, is one reason, but actually we're doing it because daily life crosses boundaries and has done so for decades in our city and in our region. And none of this is new. Back in 2007, the Shand Rating Review report clearly expressed way back then that New Zealand's local government structure and funding is no longer fit for purpose, and that was in 2007. And that we simply haven't kept up with the pace of how our communities and economies are evolving and changing. Every single day we see the impact of thousands of people that move seamlessly between the city and the region that surrounds us. Someone who lives in Cambridge drives into the city, uses our network, has appointments, visits family in Te Awamutu, comes back to Hamilton to shop, goes home to Cambridge. The reality is that our communities aren't constrained by boundaries, and this new structure shouldn't be either. Good reform is not about creating the biggest structure for the sake of it. That's why I'm pushing for principles early on. A structure must be focused that will be about improving coordination, supporting resilience, and accepting that those communities that are and the people that are out there that we serve no longer live within a boundary. Yes, we don't have the luxury of long time frames at this early stage, but none of this should be a surprise to anyone that's paid any attention to local government in the last 3 or 4 decades. If reform is coming and all colours of the political lines say that it is, choosing to engage early in Head Start gives us that influence, and I want to fully support Councillor McDonald's debate points. Choosing to wait means that we don't get to influence our future. So I like how Councillor McDonald said something around not being, too enthusiastic or too negative. We're in the middle and we'll be put our best foot forward. Thank you.
Tim, this decision to enter the Head Start pathway for local government reform is not one I take lightly, but believe is the right move for Hamilton. We're all aware of the challenges, the timeframes are incredibly tight, the pressure is mounting, we're facing a level of uncertainty that makes long-term planning difficult. So I acknowledge in taking this option we're a bit between a rock and a hard place. But by choosing Head Start, we are able to have some say on the future of local government, and that it isn't just something that happens to our city, but something that is in part potentially shaped by us. The most challenging thing for me with the time frame is that it restricts our ability to provide a full financial analysis in detail as we would otherwise enjoy, but also the limitations on being able to carry out a full consultation with community in the first instance. But these are the cards we've been dealt with, and we just have to work with putting our best foot forward, taking every opportunity we can to work with residents, iwi, and our vulnerable members of public. I thank Councillor Moroney for the additions to the original motion to keep flexibility as well, should the ground shift. I think we have a strong team in place to guide this working group. Mayor Tim, Deputy Mayor, Senior Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Huata will bring with them a wealth of experience, strong relationships with central, regional and local government and our iwi partners, and carry with them our mana and respect. And I think it's necessary to help act with the speed and agility that this process will require. I also know the rest of us will continue to be kept up to date and allow us to input in key conversations and decision making. So with that in mind, I will support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
As Councillor O'Leary pointed out, the situation with local government, the troubles that we find, they're not new. An amalgamation is not a new issue, and we've been dancing around this for some time. But for whatever reason, we don't seem to have found perhaps the courage or the wherewithal to advance. I believe Head Start is the push needed to get to where many in our community believe we need to go. Yes, the timeframes are not ideal, and nor are the limitations that flow from that. In saying that, I applaud the proactive leadership of our Mayor and the CE and his team, proactive leadership in significant uncertainty. And I believe it is important that we lean into Head Start, not default to a centrally driven outcome. In all of that, I think we should more emphatically commit to community input one way or another, and create opportunities for input as the process evolves. Not taking our community on the journey is a very real risk. At Zone 2 last Friday, we heard from a chap from Australia who used an example of an area in Australia that was forced to amalgamate against the will of the community, and what transpired is all of that is now being unpicked. And this is a disastrous, wasteful outcome. So we all know trust and transparency are critical, and we are already starting from a low baseline. I think it would be really great to see that baseline improve, because how we, this council, manage this, and perhaps the most significant change in local government that we will see for a long time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson, please.
Right. Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. However, I want to caveat that with some comments. Firstly, bigger doesn't necessarily mean cheaper or simpler. So I'll be really interested in seeing the detailed work. We can't just make assumptions in this regard. I can see there being opportunities to do things better in some areas. One example is public transport, where I've personally found it very frustrating to have one council make decisions on public transport services and another council making the decisions on the infrastructure. It leads to frustration and very slow progress. But if we don't get this right in terms of what this new model looks like, we could just face a whole new world of a different type of frustration. From my experience on the Regional Transport Committee, and in forums where we do need to collaborate with our partners, the needs of the city can get drowned out, because city issues are often very different to rural issues. At the same time, we often hear from our rural neighbours within the region, they worry about their voices being drowned out by Hamilton. We need to be very clear that we face quite different challenges and issues and priorities as different parts of the region, and look to find a way that where it really matters, that we can still control our own destiny with decisions at a local level. Achieving this is going to be really challenging. So how do we make, for example, local boards actually function well with a meaningful remit to make decisions, and to make decisions around budgets, and not be completely at the whim of the parent council? I am really looking forward to all of those kinds of details. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Yeah, look, some form of amalgamation has been coming for a long time, and I support it for a range of reasons, not least all the cross-border headaches we get in terms of growth and that sort of stuff. So I support amalgamation. This is not the perfect vehicle for it. But it is the one in front of us. And it's not like we haven't seen this coming, and it's not like our senior staff haven't seen this coming. There's been tentative planning for some time on what it could look like. And I want to stress that, so I totally endorse the report today in adopting the Head Start pathway towards amalgamation. And I want to stress that it's still early days. We are actually at the start of this very short process, and I think it's premature to assume it's not going to work. I think it's premature to rule out options. And for me, that was particularly, I was concerned to see us ruling out the Metro Waikato option, the bigger Hamilton, when other councils haven't even voted on this yet. Yeah, they've discussed it and there's been things, but let's not chuck it out at this stage, because there's a lot of strengths to it. I'm unlikely to sort of support any kind of, I really think we have to be in here. Come August the 6th, we need to have made progress. I don't want us to be in a situation where we're throwing up our hands and saying we can't do it. I think that would be, we are the city in this region, and I think we do need to take that leadership. So I really want to see us proactively trying to make it work. And look, it's not like Labor is adamantly opposed to this. The conversations we've heard, they are talking about possibly a marginally longer time frame, but not much. So anyway, I want to see that Metro Hamilton, Metro Waikato option in the mix as well, along with the other three. Let's get on with this. And I'm actually quite bullish and positive that we can make it work for Hamilton and for the region.
Thank you. Councillor Niha.
Kia ora koutou. Many of you will know that I've just returned this week after a pre-election planned 13-country jaunt through Eastern Europe. So a big thank you to my Kaukani colleagues for your warm welcome back this week. No reira korikau e memeti te puna mihi aroa ki a koutou. It's good to be back, I think. I may get philosophical, it's been a while. Having formerly travelled extensively throughout the world, I'm always amazed at the range of cultural respect and the diversity and beauty of different languages. One country we visited, there were 4 official languages: French, German, Dutch, the local Bushels language, and English. My wife and I sat down another night in a restaurant in another country and could hear 6 different languages. It was incredible to behold the friendliness and acceptance of different cultures and the eloquence of the spoken word, albeit in the local dialects. I also visited 2 schools in Poland who knew very little of New Zealand and even less of Ngāi Māori. They know now. Their current curriculum support the teaching of all languages to all students, irrespective of their origins. I schooled in the Fairfield Rohe in the 70s and 80s, and our compulsory subjects were English, French, German and Japanese. It was not until my senior high school years that Te Reo Māori was finally embedded partially into our education system. Our tūpuna, my parents and Maria's parents, and tūpuna fought for our language and our Indigenous rights. Te Reo Māori is the first language of this country, and Māori are the first peoples of this land. Since our country's colonial invasion and land wars, Ngāi Māori have continuously lobbied and protested successive local and central governments for our rights as mana whenua, our Indigenous language, the official language of this country, and simple representation, including iwi and hapu consultation. We obviously continue to do this today. I schooled alongside Councillor Huata's big brothers and elder sister in public schools. Ko hangareo kura kaupapa ngā whare wānanga finally arrived for Maria's generation and for our children. It took only 150 years since colonisation and war. I'll skip to the end, Mr. Mayor. I believe that our Māori representation on this council and future amalgamated councils is in jeopardy, even after our city residents have supported Māori wards in a national referendum. This includes our Māngai Māori. I do not support the central government simplifying local government reform program, nor do I agree with the ridiculous timeframe of 3 months. If I was cynically political, I would suggest that this is once again an attempt to do away with Māori wards, but I'm not. Years and years of local government structure about to be unravelled with the flick of a pen in too short a time frame, with no budget, no market research, no community, no iwi consultation, no local government expert advice, more insanity. Noting also that we may potentially be amalgamating with councils whose own region's voters did not support Māori wards. This too troubles me. Once again, I know today that this motion will pass, and my opinion today should not detract from the good mahi that our
You've now gone for more than 3 minutes. I'm sorry. I do need to call it. We've still got a lot. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do need to be fair. Councillor Moroney, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Look, I want to start this debate by saying that I started it earlier today and that I will continue on with my concerns about the timeframe. To say it is not ideal, as others have said, is somewhat of an understatement. When we have a report that actually tells us that in the timeframe available we won't be able to do any detailed financial analysis that we would normally do for a business case, let alone a significant reform that this is, that everyone has acknowledged how large this reform is, still sits with me. Does it mean that I'm against amalgamation and reform? Absolutely not. Does it mean that I don't want this council to take the opportunity presented to it to take leadership? It does not. And I would just ask other members in this chamber that I am well able to actually articulate my own views on things. I don't wish other members to decide what I have said and what I stand for and what I don't. I'm completely able to do that for myself. So I will be supporting this motion today, but it won't be Head Start at any costs from my perspective. I'm pleased to hear that the Chief Executive's view is that we would still be able to withdraw from anything that with further detailed analysis didn't work for us post the 9th of August. And I also know that we will have another opportunity on the 6th of August to revisit this as an entire council. So on that basis, I wish the team well. I support the makeup of the working group. I really do want to see them come back with something that we can all embrace and support, but I will not support Head Start at any costs for our community. Kia ora.
Thank you. Next, we're online with Councillor Huata.
As we consider the central government direction for councils across Aotearoa to rapidly design proposals to amalgamate and simplify local government structures, we must acknowledge both the opportunity and the challenge before us. There are clear benefits in working more collaboratively, more thoughtfully, and smarter with our neighbouring councils. But meaningful reform cannot be rushed. Councils have been asked to undertake complex and significant work within an extremely short timeframe and without additional resources. These decisions will shape the future of our communities for generations. They deserve careful consideration, strong public engagement, and a process that puts people before politics and substance before speed. For us here in Kirikiriroa, this conversation must also recognise the unique and enduring role of Waikato Tainui and the Kingitanga. Waikato Tainui already holds long-standing joint management agreements with Waikato Regional Council, Waikato District Council, and Waipa District Council. These relationships are not symbolic. They are practical, proven partnerships grounded in shared stewardship, collaboration, and mutual respect. The boundaries of the Tainui Waka stretch from South Auckland to Moko, and the Kingitanga movement itself is connected to iwi across Aotearoa, New Zealand through whakapapa and enduring relationships that remain strong today. That history and interconnectedness must not be overlooked as we work through any future local government arrangements. It is critically important that Hamilton City Council continues to strengthen a genuine and meaningful relationship with Waikato Tainui and the Kingitanga. I am honoured to be a part of the elected members working group under the leadership of Mayor McIndoe, alongside Senior Councillor O'Leary and Deputy Mayor Taylor, to help progress this important piece of work with compassion, confidence, and courage. Within this process, it is also essential that the binding referendum to retain Māori wards within Hamilton City Council is honoured and upheld. At the same time, we must ensure that local voices are not lost in larger structures. Communities must still feel heard, represented, and connected to decision-making, whether you live in Hamilton or across the wider Waikato region. People want councils that understand their local realities, reflect their aspirations, and remain accountable to the communities they serve. As we navigate this discussion, our responsibility is clear: to be open-minded about opportunities for collaboration and improvement, while keeping our people, our partnerships, and our communities at the very heart of every decision we make. I support the Head Start option because change has long been on the horizon, and if we are not at the table, we will be on the menu.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I support the government timetable. If you want something done, give it to a busy person. There will be a lot of noise, so a bit of time pressure helps to cut through the noise. Head Start gives councils the freedom to come up with their own bespoke solution, and that has merit. But I have to agree with Councillor Moroni's comment, not Head Start at any cost. The detail is hugely important, but there is no point rushing into the detail unless we have general principles agreed by the busy people. The elected member working group is made up of some very good, very busy people. The working group cannot talk to everyone, but I do encourage the group to take external advice from busy people like Martin Gallagher, Margaret Evans, Tom Rohr, and busy political researchers at the University of Waikato. In negotiations with other councils, make sure you address our billion-dollar debt by leveraging free entry to the gardens. I think that is a fair trade.
Thank you. I will exercise my right of reply. Look, we all agree that this is a challenging and less than perfect process. So, what's happening? Did she have her hand up?
Yeah, I did, but I don't know where it went.
No,
sorry.
Well, I'm sorry,
like
it didn't show up on the board, but anyway, I'll allow Councillor Casey Cox to speak.
Thank you, and apologies for that. I had to switch devices, so that might have been what happened. Yeah, I just wanted to basically toe-talk what everyone has said. I do agree that the group that we have at the helm is very good, and I see this process as being about good relationships, And I want to acknowledge Mayor Tim for his ability in that space to build relationships across councils, and Angela, Councillor Angela, with her ability in Zone 2, showing that really strongly. Jeff with his knowledge of growth and the boundary issues, and Maria with her wide and extensive relationships throughout the Waikato region. So I think we're really well set to have, the good conversations that this is really going to take, along with our staff, of course. And I do agree with Councillor O'Leary that the principles that we define together in the next week or so are going to be really critical. And we've got some lessons on those principles from some of the research that's been done already. The Infrastructure Commission's report in 2023 really highlighted some of the things that we need to be considering, and that includes maintaining that democratic responsiveness to our local communities. And I think we all share that concern, that we want to make sure that we retain that for our communities. I'm also really concerned and want to ensure that we retain or we value the work of the Regional Council and what they do, in particular protecting our environment. And we know from the experience of unitary councils that work can drop off, and I just want to be really sure that we don't let it, because our environment is ultimately what we're all dependent on. So I just want to really hope that can be one of our principles, but we'll have that conversation. Thank you.
This time? Yep. Thank you for a good debate. We all agree that this is a challenging and less than perfect process, but let's acknowledge that there is a lot of frustration with local government throughout New Zealand. Many people are calling for change. It's not just a government whim. I've said that I'm optimistic that this will lead to a better arrangement for Hamilton and our fellow Waikato regional territorial authorities. The government's announcement makes it clear that the Waikato Regional Council is going in just over 2 years from now. We must have a new regional structure to ensure their important functions are preserved. They do important work. And we should seize the opportunity to overcome some of our current challenges, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, as a fast-growing metro city with small boundaries. The report notes in paragraph 13, strategically participation in this pathway aligns with Council's long-standing interests in addressing growth pressures and boundary challenges, particularly those affecting Hamilton's ability to efficiently plan and service development beyond its current boundaries. That's a huge opportunity for us. So I think that there is an emerging consensus in our wider region that we can work together to find a simplified system of local government, and that is a big part of the outcome. So I encourage us all, let's engage openly, transparently, respectfully in Head Start to make it work for our mutual benefit. On the board.
The motion is carried, 14 for, 1 against.
Thank you, councillors. Do I want a budget update? Yeah. Oh, yes.
It's in the budget, 1.8 billion to build Cambridge to Pieriri roundabout, the road.
1.8 billion to build a roundabout or the road? Build the road. I was going to say, it's a heck, that would be a pretty expensive roundabout. Still, that's good. Good news for the region. Thank you. We're moving on now to item number 11, the proposed changes to the EOI instrument of delegation. I saw Peter Winder here earlier, but has he given up?
Good afternoon, councillors. Peter was here earlier, but he had to leave to attend another meeting, so it's just me today. So my name's Hannah Bevan, and I'm currently working in EOI as the Planning, Policy and Bylaw Lead. The item I have for you today is a proposal to seek approval from Council for the amended instrument of delegation. So you might recall earlier in this year, in March, you signed and approved the transfer agreement and associated ancillary documents. One of those ancillary documents was the instrument of delegation. And this document outlines some specific statutory delegations that need to be delegated from Hamilton City Council to EY to enable EY to undertake their functions. As part of a process to develop a EY delegations policy, which I have led, we received some legal advice that some additional statutory delegations were required from Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council. We've captured those delegations in the amended instrument of delegations. It is really a technical administrative change. It doesn't change the intent of what EY is expected to manage going forward, and it is also the same staff who will be operating under the same delegations. I'm happy to answer any questions on this.
Questions for her? Councillor Mead.
Quick question, thank you, Mayor. Hannah, does this change or increase any of the delegated authority of the people who will running EY to what they currently have in the City Council?
No, it doesn't. So these additional statutory delegations all align with what EY is expected to govern, and that's in related to water and wastewater. Some of these delegations already sit with existing staff, which will transfer, and those staff will continue to have the same abilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Hi, Hannah. Just one question. What do you see as the key implementation risks that still need to be managed as we are tightening up the delegations to EOI?
Sure, that's a good question. I think the key implementation risks are around sort of documenting all the delegations within the delegation register, getting it signed off, and then getting the staff aware of the appropriate statutory delegations. I don't think there's a high risk. One, the approach with these delegations has been just to essentially pick up what staff have already and just ensure that there's continuity. So from an operational perspective, the risk is low.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Corrales.
Thank you. Thanks, Hannah. Can I take you to the instrument of delegation, paragraph 3, and it's a general question. It's the so we're talking about general powers, for example, power to recover damage by willful or negligent behaviour. In practice, that would be limited to EOI's remit, wouldn't it? And it would have no impact on the general power. Hamilton City Council would retain its general powers.
Yes, that's correct. So by delegating further to EY, HCC still retains all these statutory abilities, which may need to be used for other areas of the business, and any delegations that are given to EY are within that constraint of what EY is intended to be responsible for, which is just specifically around water and wastewater.
And so where is that reflected? Is it in another document or?
That's a good question. I think that is reflected in terms of this document being an ancillary document to the overall transfer agreement, which does have those sort of higher level principles.
That's good, thank you. And then a second question in relation to, there's some bits which refer to stormwater. But stormwater, as I understand it, and you can please correct me, Hamilton City Council's retaining responsibility for stormwater, and we're going to contract out to EOI to do some stuff.
Yes, that's right. So Hamilton City Council does sort of retain sort of overall responsibility for stormwater, but through Airway, the staff who actually manage stormwater at an operational level will transfer into Airway. So the purpose of these delegations is to allow those staff to continue to manage stormwater on behalf of council.
Can you see any area where there might be some conflict or rub? Is there any risk of misaligned, what's the word I'm looking for?
Through the chair, no, I don't see any risk around these delegations. I think they all reflect delegations that the water staff have currently, and it is really just about enabling these staff to continue what they need to do on a sort of operational level. And I think the intent around stormwater and how that's managed between HCC and Airway is very clearly captured in a number of other documents which this forms a part of.
Okay, so to the extent that there might be any overlap or any conflict in terms of responsibility or who should be doing what, that's managed through other documents?
Yeah, so through the chair, so in relation to stormwater specifically, there is a stormwater agreement which has been signed which defines those responsibilities.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, could I ask if someone is willing to move the staff recommendation on page 146, please? It's been moved by Councillor Mead, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, so I'll now open it up for debate. Does the mover wish to speak? No? Councillor McDonald?
I'd like to acknowledge the public forum speaker and the concerns he raised this morning, noting the context of reform and the change that he was advocating being considered. That said, I also acknowledge that we're 34 days out from the 1st of July and the standing up of Airway is largely complete. I think it's important to acknowledge that, similar to the transfer agreement we approved recently, this item isn't really a genuine choice. What we have is a legal part of operationalising that decision. So looking through the amendment of the instrument of delegations, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers, then I will put the motion. I don't think we need to go to the board, given we've only had one speaker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We move on now to item 12, the recommendation to the Council from open committee meetings. We're on page 162 in Diligent. Does anyone from governance want to present on that? We don't normally, do we? No. So could I have a mover for the recommendation on page 162? Usually be the chair of the Finance Committee. So Councillor Corrales has moved. Would her deputy like to second it? He would. Thank you. There appear to be no questions. So does the mover or the seconder wish to speak, having given so much thought to whether... There appears to be no need for a debate. So if you're happy, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
And we now need somebody, please, to move the resolution to exclude the... It's been moved by Councillor Pike, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
So, time for a very quick comfort stop, if you wish, just while we go offline, and then we'll come